Alright, so we're going to do an Eberron one-shot, and we're going to start by each of you introducing your characters and yourselves. So starting with Bark, ready, set, go.
Hi. Sorry. I'm Ashley, and I'm playing Bark, and he's so cool because he's a robot druid, and yeah,
Looking
and he
forward
has a
to
friend Badger, but he's not here with us now.
a giant robot that turns into a giant bear.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a big old robot that could become a pretty awesome bear, but robot bear-ish?
Bear
Alright.
board.
Alright, Mike, what you got for us?
Hey everyone, my name's Mike D. I'm the Dungeon Master for LegendsDieLive. If you're interested in checking out another stream, you can find us at LegendsDieLive.com, also on Twitch and Twitter. And today I will be playing Diveris, the Illusionist Wizard.
Mr. Beardo.
All right. I'm SirEdwardPrize on Twitter. You can watch my writing group's adventures at the Ribashda Adventurers Guild on YouTube. Just YouTube Ribashda. Hopefully, we'll be getting some streams going in April. And I'll be playing Nick Chester. He is a human rogue.
And finally, the Curious Owlbear.
Hey guys, I'm the CuriousOwlbear on YouTube, and I'll be playing the half-orc barbarian Ronin Dex today. You can head over to my YouTube channel where you'll find some 5e lore, some random encounters, and some drag and drop type videos. And follow me on Twitter at CuriousOwlbear.
Alright, so like I said, we're going to be playing in Eberron. It's really my first in-game messing with Eberron, but I have done a little bit of reading on the setting. I'm going to drag you guys over to a map here. For those of you who haven't even looked at the map yet, we're going to be starting off this adventure in the city of Sharn, which is down here at the mouth of the Dagger River, an area called the Hilt. And Sharn is this ancient and very large city, and it's built on multiple levels of towers. So think like Coruscant from Star Wars, or the royal city in Phantom Menace of Star Wars, where it's not only ancient, but there's a lot of towers and bridges in between these massive towers and stuff like that. But anything that you want to do, you can probably find somewhere to do it in Sharn. And I asked the group to come up with a reason or an event that y'all were all coming back from. So y'all going to start out at about 9 o'clock at night. It's dark outside and it's a stormy night. But what is the event that y'all agreed upon coming back from?
Well, I believe... Sorry, go ahead.
I believe we have just exited a small scuffle at a local bar.
All right. So you guys were you kicked out of this scuffle, or did things mostly just end without getting either the bar owner or the city watch involved? Like, did it come to its conclusion, both sides part ways, and y'all are just heading back to your tavern?
Most likely, somebody had the misfortune of insulting somebody in the group, and Ronan took a swing at him. Probably got himself kicked out of the bar.
All right. Well, luckily y'all are not too inebriated or anything crazy, and y'all are going to be heading back to your current temporary residence in an inn in Middle Durham. And so this is where the story is going to begin. So let me go ahead and move you over to the proper map. Let me know if any of the dynamic lighting or anything is not working for you guys. Nick and Bark mentioned that they would be carrying torches since it would be dark. Make sure you have the ability to move that torch.
Doesn't seem like I can click on it.
No.
Okay, I feared as much.
Nick kind of elbows Ronan and he says, "Oi, mate, you know what I love to do when I get kicked out of a bar?
What's that?
Go drinking again, eh?"
I'm with you.
Fighting with my torches. Try your torches.
Yeah, it worked.
Alright, so each of y'all can slap that under or next to your token or whatever works for you, but those of you without dark vision are going to need to use them because I decided to give dynamic lighting a try. So here's the scene. Curtains of water fall from the sky as you traverse the labyrinthine walkways of Sharn. The stone and wooden paths wind around and between the towers of the spires high above the ground, forming a complex latticework that can be very confusing on evenings such as this. The rain falls hard, running off the higher walkways and balconies in drenching waves, and it makes it difficult to see much more than a few feet ahead of you. The distant glow of the ever-bright lanterns, barely visible in the soaking gloom, does little to light the paths on this warm, wet evening. And I want each of y'all to make a perception check. Y'all have been drinking.
Especially me.
Oh. Okay, so Nick and Bark, you acquire the following. You're going to spot a figure in a dark cloak that's moving quietly through the rain on the sky bridge ahead, and it looks like it's purposely avoiding the pools of light by those ever-bright lanterns. And when it looks up and notices the group of you approaching with your torches, it takes a sidestep up against the railing and then leaps over the railing and disappears into the darkness and rain. So it was coming this way from the other end of the bridge towards y'all, noticed y'all, and then jumped off the bridge this direction.
Oh shit.
Oi, Bark, did you see that?
Yeah, that was a little weird.
See what? See what? And at this point, Diveris is coughing after inhaling some of the own smoke that had been released from the pipe he's currently holding in his mouth. He walks over to the edge of the bridge to get a closer look.
Okay, Diveris, as you look over the edge of the bridge, you can see, like I said, there's multiple levels, so you can see lower bridges and lower, smaller spires and buildings, but you do not see anything in the gloom. Even when there's the occasional like flash of lightning, you don't see where the figure went. And then Bark, since you have stepped onto the bridge itself, I have something for you now. The sky bridge ahead spans the distance between the platforms attached to the sides of two different towers. It's the Dalanin Tower and the Kelsa Spire. And you notice that there's a body lying on the floor of the bridge, and it looks like a pool of a mixture of blood and rain is pooling around the body.
Is it like on the... Oh, there it is.
Yes.
You guys, there's a thing.
What? I'll run to investigate.
You're gonna have to be more specific, Bark.
It looks like somebody had not a good night.
So laying on the ground in front of you now, Ronan, is an older human male, like a dark bluish cloak kind of wrapped around him, and the body's laying there. Like I said, it's a huge puddle of blood and mixture of rain because all of the surfaces here are just slick wet and pools of water. And the figure is clutching a leather satchel in his hands. Like the strap is still around his shoulder, but he's very much like clutched it against his torso and does not appear to be moving.
And this looks quite recent, correct?
Yeah, it looks like you just walked up on a murder.
He's holding something. Do you want me to grab it?
I don't know if we want to get too involved in this. We just exited a bar fight, and I tend to find that when people are standing around a dead body and a guard walks up, you know, the first thing they think is, "Oi, he must have killed him." They're not exactly the brightest folk. Here, let me keep a lookout. I'll move over here and make sure no guards are coming this way.
Sure. Just give me a default perception check for while you're on watch there.
Oh, excuse me. There we go.
Yeah, get that bad roll out of the way first. Alright, so the rest of you, what are you doing while Nick takes up place at the back of the bridge and is watching?
That thing we saw running, he came from the other side of the bridge, not where the body was?
Based on the direction it was walking, it was not at the body when you saw it. It was starting right about, you looked up and saw it right about where you're at here. You guys can see my ruler, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you saw it walk maybe this 15 feet, and it looked up and saw the group of y'all coming, sidestepped here, and jumped off the bridge here.
I'll take a peek inside the satchel.
Okay, so as you've been down to investigate the satchel, go ahead and give me an investigation check, and then everyone standing on the bridge, just perception checks for the sake of having them. Alright, you're on point here. You needed exactly a 10 investigation for the following. So, as you've been down, you can see the wound now. There's a large wound cutting across the figure's torso. He's laying face down, but it's clear, like from collarbone down across ribs. There is a powerful strike by like a brutal bladed weapon. Like it was a very like forceful hack, especially as the type of weaponry that you use. You know this was not a precision murder. The body is an elderly human male, like I said, and he's well dressed in fine clothes and cloak. And he has a packet of papers kind of sticking out of his shirt pocket, and then the leather satchel, and the leather satchel is clutched in his hands, and then he has his coin purse and everything still hanging at his belt. So if this was a robbery, like, it was a botched one.
Well, all of his money is still here. Wasn't a robbery. Maybe one of you smart people can look at these papers.
Diveris will begrudgingly walk over to him, and as he's walking over, he pulls his cloak up over his dreadlocks due to the rainfall, and kind of pulls his pipe beneath the hood, so all you see is this green smoke kind of emanating out from this hood, and then he takes the papers and starts looking at them.
Okay, I'm gonna grab your token real quick. I'm gonna put you
While
about...
he looks at that, I'm gonna walk to the other side to like light up the other side of the bridge.
Okay.
Let's see here.
All right,
What are we
so
looking at?
Diveris leans over the body to start looking at you said papers, right? Not satchel?
Correct.
Okay, so you bend down, and about the time that you start to pull the papers out of his pocket with your 19 perception, you hear a noise, and it's not a constant noise, but it's just every few seconds you hear the sound of like metal scraping on stone. And so that gives you a moment of pause, like as you're crouched down next to this body, and you realize it's coming from like over the side of the bridge.
Okay. I'm going to pause as I'm in mid-crouch, look up for a second, look over at Bark, look over at Dex, and kind of just silently with gestures, I point my eyes to them, kind of make my fingers to them, and then I gesture for them to look over the side of the bridge.
Which side?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't specify. That's south side. The side that you're, well, I guess you're not closer to the side, you're right in the middle. But for those of us not based on a grid, you and the body are technically closer to the southern railing than the northern railing. So, go ahead. Okay. Ronan and Bark step over, and the moment that you start to lean out over the railing, Ronan, a huge metal hand reaches up and grabs the railing, and a Warforged swings itself up and lands on the bridge next to you, and I need everyone to roll initiative. Remember to click on your token before clicking the initiative button.
Oh, oops.
The torch gets a turn.
I had both highlighted.
That's all right.
I think the torch should get a turn. I really do.
Your original roll was an 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like everyone's in there. All right, we're gonna start the order off with Bark. What do you do? Giant Warforged leaps over the railing and is wielding a battle axe.
Does he look mean?
It looks like it might be the figure that you saw walking in the rain before. You know, hard to tell. Dark at night, dark cloak. But it's a giant person wielding a battle axe, and you're standing over a dead body that looks like it was killed with a battle axe.
So, probably not so nice. Does he look like he's being threatening?
It's about to swing down on Ronan, yes.
Okay, well, I'll cast Produce Flame then, and yeah.
Okay. You hit it for 1 whole fire damage.
Yeah! I'm really doing good so far.
Any movement? Anything crazy?
Yeah, I'll move on to the other side of, to Varys? Is that how you say it?
Diveris.
Okay, I'll move to the other side of you so that there's a barrier-ish.
Yes, thank you.
Protect the squishies.
But I'm gonna leave my torch on the
Drop it on the ground.
bridge. Yeah.
Okay. Ronan, a Warforged murderer just leaped over the bridge and is swinging an axe at you. What do you do?
Ronan doesn't like that, but he also really hates it when people threaten his friends. So he's going to rage as a bonus action. And then he's going to recklessly attack this guy.
Wasting no time.
I mean, you already made him, like, bar fight mad.
That was the warm-up.
12 does not hit.
Darn. Well, I'm going to stay in his face.
All right. Nick, sounds of combat ring out behind you as you're standing there watching for guards or anyone else approaching, and you spin around and everyone's fighting a Warforged. What do?
All right. Well, I turn around and I say, "Traveler's tricks," and I draw my rapier and whoop, I'm gonna flank with Ronan. I'm gonna go ahead and try and attack him with my rapier.
Do the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Click the button. There we go. How did you roll 0 for sneak attack damage?
Oh, does sneak attack apply here? It
Yes,
does.
you have an
I'll
ally
just roll a
adjacent.
D6.
Yeah, just roll a d6 for me.
There we go.
Rogues are OP, main.
Only in such scenarios. So yeah, 14 damage. Wah! I thrust with my rapier.
Good shot.
Diveris.
Okay, so if I move over here, do I still have line of sight, or are my
Yeah.
companions in the way?
Yeah, we're not going to worry too much about companions giving cover at this point. It's
Okay.
a busy fight, but this is a casual one-shot, so let's not be crazy.
Cool. So amidst the rainfall and the thunder, Diveris is going to back up, and as he does so, he starts weaving his tattooed hands in the air. Instead of sucking the smoke from his pipe, he blows outward so that embers fly up, and then he takes his hand and swishes it across the embers, casting Firebolt.
16 hits. Anything else for your turn, sir?
That will be it.
So the group of y'all have really just laid into this thing, and it immediately retaliates, right? It goes into a rage in and of itself, and Nick hurt it the most. Like, it was ready to swing at Ronan, but Nick running up behind it and just laying into it with that rapier did not make it happy. So it's going to turn around, and it is going to attempt to swing twice at Nick.
Ooh, I'm gonna cast shield.
First attack is a 23
Yeah.
for 13 damage. Second attack is a 13, which
Diveris
Oh, right.
almost faints when he hears the damage.
Okay, so I am gonna use my reaction to cast shield. Not that it would do anything with those numbers.
Okay.
So for the next round, I'll have a shield. It raises my AC to 19. 4.9,
Okay.
yeah.
So,
So I take 13 for the first.
yeah. And then it is going to kind of sidestep to get away from the railing. And that's its turn. Bark.
So how is this Warforged meanie looking?
In terms of, like, is it about to fall over dead?
Yeah, like they hit him a few times, and
It looks like it jumped over the bridge and was ready to, like, it wasn't expecting adventurers almost. Like, it thought it was going to drive people off and be scary and get them away from the scene. And then, oh shit, here's a fight. And y'all laid into it pretty good, but you pissed it off good. Like, it is like, oh, okay, we're doing this, and it's gonna start putting some pain back on y'all. Like, it's not about to give up.
okay. So he's not gonna run away all of a sudden. It's good to
No,
know.
It's pretty proud of the fact that it got a good, wicked cut across the front of Nick.
Okay, I'm gonna wild shape, and be a bear, but I don't
Yes.
have the the bear sheet.
Oh.
You should have the bear sheet.
Yeah. All right. So, bear turning into bear was bonus action, and then I'm going to do thing.
Do the thing.
When I click multi attack, it's not doing anything.
It worked for me. Click off the token and click back on.
Oh, okay. Now it all showed up.
I mean, did yours or did mine?
No, it like I clicked off the token and I clicked back on, and then the buttons for initiative and multi attack popped back up.
Okay, then yeah, go ahead and take your turn. Oh dang.
Nice.
Okay, so 11, 24 damage. Oh wait, no, that one's from a crit, so 23 damage, but it's currently raging and has some damage reduction. Anything else?
No, I'm good.
Okay, Ronan, there's a giant bear next to you, swatting the crap out of this Warforged.
Yes, that is quite impressive. Now he's gonna kind of try to push Nick a little bit to the side, and just attack this guy again. Rage.
Okay, reckless or not?
We'll go reckless again,
Yeah.
and I can't roll.
Remember that time where you rolled a crit in your testing rolls, and I was like, man, you wasted your crit, and you're like, that's okay, I feel lucky today.
We'll see. We'll see. It'll come around.
All right, anything else on your turn?
I'm good.
Nick. Remember, sneak attack applies.
Yes. Oh, you bugger. I'm going to try and hit him again.
Do it.
Maybe I need to select myself. Sorry.
No, you should just be
yes.
able to click. You shouldn't have to like click on your token or anything.
There we go. I guess this is the first one. Sorry.
Okay. 8 piercing, 5 sneak.
And then I'm going to use my bonus action to disengage over here. And that's my turn.
All right. Diveris.
Okay, so seeing his companion turn into a bear and seeing Ronan also get up in this dude's face, he's just going to move over so he has a little line of sight. Again, he puffs on his pipe, sending out embers, casting firebolt again, and probably missing.
Yep, a 12 is going to miss, I'm afraid. So, it like does that matrix move, like not bending all the way down, but like rolling one shoulder back, and your firebolt whizzes off into the pouring rain and stuff behind it. And at this point, it realizes it's between a bear and an orc, and even though it got a good shot in on Nick, like this is not going great for it. So it is going to push kind of through the two of them and like reach down and grab the satchel and take a step, but both of them are going to get attacks of opportunity as it makes a move towards the railing. So Bear and Ronan, you each get one swing. And Ronan misses by 1. And you want to make a bite or a claw attack? Oh, the bear got it. So this thing is, he's going to lose his balance and kind of stumble and fall and, you know, metal on stone, slams and kind of slides in front of you there, Davaris. And as it lands on the ground, you notice that, for those of you new to Eberron, there is a thing called a final messenger. And what that is it's kind of like a small piece of a warforged that they can be shaped like different things. This one looks kind of like a dragonfly, and it detaches from its chest and lifts up above it and starts to head and take off into the rain. So it heads south off and disappears off into the rain. So what they are is kind of like a snapshot of the Warforge's final moments that can be replayed by whoever gets the message.
Interesting.
And that's going to drop y'all out of initiative. You are standing over the body of a Warforged and a dead man, and Nick is bleeding out pretty good.
Is that mechanical dragonfly thing out of range of 150 feet?
It would take it a little bit to get there. We can role play out attacking it if you want, but it has a pretty substantial armor class and it moves very quickly.
Okay. Davaris will just send firebolts out into the rain, even if he's missing, just trying to...
Okay.
Yeah.
Totally not trying to take away your ability to attack it. But let me verify that real quick. And these are things you would know, like, in world.
No, he's not necessarily doing it because he knows it's going to be effective. He's doing it out of frustration that the thing got away.
Yeah, so they got a AC at 20 and can fly 60 foot a turn. So
yeah, that's fine.
You'd have a chance, but okay. So what do you do?
Ron's word, that thing packs a punch, says Nick. But he can't turn into a bear, so I think we got the better Warforged, eh?
So I'm a bear, so I can't really talk, but like, you need to tell me how bad you are if you want some healing.
He's kind of like holding this really big chest wound right now, kind of like pressing his hand up against it. He looks pretty gosh darn hurt.
Davaris will offer you to partake of his pipe, but...
Oh yeah, I'll totally take a hit off that.
Go for it.
Thanks, mate.
Anytime.
Not telling you to use one, but casual reminder in the character gen notes, I told everyone to start with a healing potion. So if you did not add that to your sheet, here's your, hey, remember everyone's got a healing potion.
I might just drink that. No.
You don't have to. Just making sure you got it. But yeah, dead body, dead warforged. What do you do?
And the satchel's missing now, and all the papers.
It grabbed the satchel, so the warforged currently has the satchel. The papers you would suspect are still in the guy's shirt pocket. It didn't make a move for the paper. It literally just reached down and grabbed the strap of the satchel as it ran past the guy and ripped it with the speed of its run to sprint past and make a run for the edge of the bridge. But it got hit in the back by a giant bear paw and instead tripped over the body and landed in front of you.
Well, perhaps we should return something to someone.
Davaris will look inside the satchel to see if he can see anything else of interest.
Okay, you grab the satchel from the Warforged and you open it up, and it's a pretty decent quality satchel. And inside is a couple of quills and 2 jars of ink. There are 6 sheets of very fine paper. There is an apple that's wrapped in just brown paper, like to stay fresh and not rub up against the ink and writing utensils. There's a small leather-bound book, and then that's it.
Okay. He will toss the apple at Bark in bear form, and kind of casually flip through the book, see if it's anything informative.
Okay. So the book is we're talking like 3 inches wide and 6 inches tall and 1 inch thick leather-bound book, and it's like a very dark brown, like the color of that railing there, dark brown. But on the cover there is very fine mithril threading that makes a strange pattern, and then when you don't see any kind of title on the cover or the spine, and when you open it, all of the pages are blank.
He's going to turn to his companions and say, I'd like to inspect this, but I'm going to need about 10 minutes. Do you think perhaps we should move away from the body? I can detect magic and see if this thing has some information it's hiding from us.
Yeah, mate, let's try and get away from the dead guy while we're holding his things.
It's funny because I now have more information for you. So 2 things. Deveris, as you kind of start to flip through the pages, you're going to realize that they feel weird, like they don't feel like normal paper. It's like right on the tip of your tongue, edge of your mind, kind of like, this isn't paper, but, and you're trying to think of it, and that thought is interrupted by a woman screaming at the top of her lungs. And the scream comes from this way, and she immediately turns around and kind of runs off, and you hear her shouting, someone call the watch, they just killed a guy. And
Fuck.
Uh-oh. Wait, in bear, I go,
Nick screams, "Oi, he's getting away!" And he casts minor illusion over here.
Seeing him do that, I will also join in on the minor illusion to elaborate on the illusion.
okay,
band.
what is okay? I guess to describe this.
I'm gonna not be a bear since that's really suspicious looking.
Okay. It's worth noting, I didn't fully describe the map and stuff since y'all were just walking. These are smaller buildings. They're not like the main tower themselves. The way that Sharn is set up, like the towers are massive enough that there are smaller buildings and stuff built in and against and up against the sides and stuff like that. So ahead of you off the map to the right hand side is the large tower, but this kind of stuff is tucked up against the edge of it. So this is like a small home or business, and this is a much larger home or business. And the lights in this building are on. This building is dark right now. And then there's another building over here.
So yeah, Nick creates kind of like, people are pretty, from what I've read of Eberron, they're pretty afraid of Warforged. So I just create like the quintessential evil Warforged stereotype, since we just fought one, and I can't have him move, but he'll strike a very menacing pose.
Okay, so you're standing there and you cast your illusion to make the stereotypical bad guy Warforged, and right behind you a giant bear turns into another Warforged.
Well,
They're everywhere!
I'm offended.
I kind of give Bark like a get out of here motion. Like, get!
You hear the faint sound of whistles in the distance.
All right, let's jet.
Yeah.
all right, everybody. Which way? This way?
Wherever our place of residence is, we'll move towards that.
So whistles are currently coming the direction you would need to head to get back to your tavern.
All right, so any other tavern.
You see that there are, I'm not going to bother dragging a token to the map, but you see that it looks like there are 1 or 2 people over here on the, I don't know how far y'all are zoomed in, so I'll be a jerk and center you down here. It looks like 1 or 2 people may have been onlooking your fight and are kind of huddled up out of the rain there. And you hear the sound of whistles approaching from the east again.
Oh, crap. We could go west or south.
I think we're heading south. Let's keep going south.
Like this way?
Yeah. Yoink!
All right. I would
Real
prefer
quick,
not to be in the lead.
Does Nick need some like curing or anything now that I'm not a bear?
When I rolled that 2d4, that was me taking my healing potion.
Oh,
so.
okay.
You guys can see each other's health bars, right?
No.
Yeah.
Or,
You-
yeah. The bar, yes.
Okay,
The
yeah.
little red bars, yeah.
Okay. Just making sure. Because I can see everything, sometimes I forget to like verify the player view. So you hear whistles to the east. You see more and more people are kind of starting to like step out of their homes or look out of their windows to see what's going on. But you do feel like at least 1 or 2 people witnessed the fight. And being the heroes that you are, you immediately start fleeing the scene, leaving a dead body and a dead Warforged. I just want to clarify, no one grabbed the papers off the dead guy, right? You took the satchel
I thought I
and now
had them.
you were. That's why I'm clarifying.
Should we talk to the guards?
Do you want to grab the papers?
I grabbed
do.
them.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So you were running away from 2 dead bodies with a handful of stuff. Got it.
Should we try and talk to the guards before we run away too far?
I'm going to duck around the corner and cast Disguise Self, so I look like a guard.
Okay.
then-
Perfect.
And then I'm going to start walking towards the guards.
Okay. I have a description here somewhere.
And there goes my spell slot.
Yeah, right. So you've been in Sharn long enough to know that all of the City Watch wears green and black studded leather armor, and they're made up of a variety of races, humans, dwarves, and elves being the most common, but pretty much any race would fit, but black studded leather armor with like green and black motifs.
Cool. So I will look as like an elf guard.
Okay. And you said you're heading towards the guards that are coming this way?
I'm going to look back at my companions for like a suggestion as to, do I confront them or do I like send them down the wrong path?
So Nick starts going ahead of the guard, and I'll say, "Oh, thank God, officer, that we found you, so you can see this horrible crime that has just been committed."
Step aside, sir. Step aside.
About this time, the whistles and the guards that you hear coming are going to come around. So I'm going to go ahead and add them to the map as y'all are playing out this scene of Nick talking to fake guard Diveris. Bark and Ronan, what are you doing at this point?
I'll follow Nick and nod to whatever he says.
Okay. Let me move these folks. So
I will too, and I'll try and look as innocent as possible.
Ronan, Nick, and Bark, do you have your weapons out or have you stowed them? This will be important.
Oh, I'll put my rapier away. I'll put it
Okay.
back in the sheath.
Yeah, across my back.
So, two males and a female wearing the green and black studded leather of Sharn City Watch emerge from the rain-drenched night. The leader is a powerfully built, bald dwarf, and he's got like a close cropped beard. And he steps forward, and he's got a heavy crossbow, like already leveled in your direction. And he has like a small globular of arcane light that seems to be kind of following him, almost in that like fairy following Link kind of manner, and it's like lighting up the area as they come around the corner. And then to each side, he's got a pair of humans. One of them is male and one is female, and they both have halberds, which is kind of the like default weapon that the patrols wield. And he sees that y'all are talking to another guard, so he was like ready to go, and then he sees the other guard, and he just curses and says, "Aladra's bloody nose! By order of the watch, what is going on here? Explain yourselves."
Well, I was telling your compatriot here, we were out having a nice calm drink, minding our own business, and all of a sudden, that Warforged, and I point to the Warforged on the ground, attacked us. See, you can see here where he hit me, and I show him the closing wound from where the Warforged attacked me.
Right. So he's going to kind of motion to one of his guards, kind of, sideways head crook over towards the scene, and the female guard is going to like circle around the group of y'all without getting too close and head over. You see it, you see she kneels next to the Warforged and is like, "Yep, that thing's not working," and then doesn't even bother checking for a pulse on the body, because at this point, like, he is totally bled out. There's no mistaking that he's dead. And then the other guard is staying about 10 feet away, but has the halberd kind of at quarter arms, ready to jump in if anything goes crazy. And so the dwarf, the obvious leader, is going to turn to you, Deveris, to see if you had any input on that, since you are currently a guard.
Okay. So to be clear, as far as I understand it, I had both this, like the satchel and the papers, or did someone else have the papers?
You can have them. I just wanted to make sure, because I never heard once the fight broke out, I never heard you specifically say, so I wanted to clarify whether you grabbed them or not. But if you did, then you do have them. So you have both papers and satchel right now.
Okay, so I would have tucked them underneath my cloak before going into disguise self, so they are not currently visible. So I still have them, but...
Got it.
Okay. Bloody hell, what took you so long?
It's raining buckets out here, and sorry, I need to sneeze. All right. It's raining bloody buckets out here, and I had to gather up two folks. We heard that there was a half dozen people here, and I wanted to make sure that I had sufficient strength. And you can see that, like, you questioning him, like, fucking bothers him. Like the appearance of being a hard-ass guard is totally all he's got in his life, and the fact that you're slow and worthless, like, puts him on the defensive immediately.
Well, I'm going to gesture back towards the body, kind of in a sympathetic manner, and just be like, "Just another one lost. It never gets easy."
What, did you see anything, or did you show up afterwards?
Well, this individual here, what was your name? And he's referring to Nick.
Oh yes, Kevin Stormcloud. That's my name.
I saw Kevin. Kevin was first on the scene. Why don't you provide some more details, Kevin?
Right, so me and my friend here, and I point to the orc, minding our own business, coming back from a drink, looking for another, come across this body. And of course, I've been in enough towns to know that the first people standing around a body ain't a good thing. But all of a sudden, this Warforged comes up, and not this Warforged, the one that's on the ground there. Nick's sweating bullets. Attacks us, see? And so we have a bit of a scrap with him. He nicks me real good, but we got this big orc and this big wolf friend of mine. They put him down, and then the guards came. Well, this guard came, and I point to the guard, and I just go, "I'm very flustered. I need a drink."
Looks like you've already had too many, if you ask me.
Bart, can you give me a quick perception check? So Ronan, you're kind of paying close attention to Nick, or Kevin, as it were, to kind of nod along and collaborate or corroborate his story. Bark, you notice that this whole shindig here is starting to gather more and more like attention. Like, it's 9-10 o'clock at night, so people weren't like in bed dead asleep, but folks are starting to like peek out of windows and stop on the streets and realize that they probably shouldn't get any closer. No one's coming across the bridge per se, but folks to the south or to the east of you are like, oh, there's a car pulled over. I should probably adjust appropriately kind of mindset. And the dwarf is going to kind of step forward and be right there with Nick, Ronan, and Bark and say, right, well, I'm going to need each of you to just go ahead and drop all of your weapons until we get this figured out. And he does his like head crook to like, look menacing there, guard, and his guard levels the halberd and steps forward like, all right, you heard him.
All right, Nick puts down his weapons.
Perhaps we should sweep the place first. You never know, there might have been other allies slinking away in the shadows, or perhaps we can investigate and see where he was coming from. He may not have been acting alone.
Right. And so
the fake guard has better guard ideas than the real guard.
He's not a very smart person, okay? The female guard who has been checking out the bodies and stuff like that is going to basically walk down to the fountain and walk back. Like, y'all don't have to wait while she's doing that, but just know that that's her action right now, as she's kind of scoping the scene and coming back. And then if no one has done anything else crazy, she'll kind of make her way down this way. This guy is totally staying so that it's right now 3 versus 3 if anything goes nuts up here. In their mind.
All right. Diveris is just going to start moving around and pretend like he's looking for footprints or scrapes of metal, or, just like
Sure.
he's sweeping the place.
I'm not going to bother slapping some tokens on the map. You don't find anything crazy, of course, because you know where the action happened. It was all over here. But there is a human male down here, and there is a couple. Looks to be male and female, but you'd have to get closer with how dark and rainy it is over here. And then this big house, every once in a while you definitely see folks like peeking out the window like, is it still going on out there? But okay. y'all totally scope the scene. And
now would I know if I cast message, which is a cantrip, would I know that they would obviously see me do it, or is it something that I can be fairly confident that I can get away with?
I would, it depends on where you did it. Obviously, if you're standing up here, it's going to be a different story. If you got down here, and especially if you were like not standing directly in the ring of light around one of the lanterns, you could break line of sight with a building, a tree, or just the shadows, especially considering that while he has dark vision, the whole area that everyone is in right now is super lit up with his ball of light and everyone's torches. If you kind of stepped into the darkness a little bit and did something, you'd be fairly set on it.
Okay, so then I'm going to keep pretending like I'm investigating, and then once I get out of eyeshot, I'm going to cast a message towards Ronan and just be like, we're in a bit of a pickle. Worst case scenario, I can cast an illusion to make it look like another Warforged running in the opposite direction, and then we can dash for it, or we can try and talk our way out of it.
I totally
Preferences?
forgot about your damn illusion. I'm sorry. I totally forgot y'all had cast Minor Illusion and made a Warforged.
You see? Oh, he looked just like that, says Nick, and he points towards the illusion.
We're great at this, guys.
I mean, it would have faded. I think it's a 1 minute.
Yeah,
I think it would have faded, but like it totally skipped my mind because I was trying to be like, okay, well, what do I? And looking through to get my guard description. So I'm totally gonna need to slap stuff on the map next time. But okay, you send the message to Ronan.
So
Ronan, you can
Ronan
reply.
hears the. Oh, he hears it. He can reply. He'll say, I don't think we want any trouble here. As he's putting down his weapons, he'll say that to the guard. He'll say, it's as my companion here says. He climbed over the railings and attacked us when we tried to defend ourselves. We don't want any trouble.
Right. Well, we'll do a proper sweep of the area, and once backup gets here, we'll take you on down, and you can just tell that to the magistrate.
Crap.
Shit. Very well, I guess.
So y'all want to wait it out until you're escorted on out of here? Any thoughts?
I think we should do another illusion, and then we all run the other way.
Look, a distraction.
Okay, so I'm going to send message, still out of sight, back to Nick, because I know he can do minor illusion. And so I'm going to say that, listen, I'm going to cast an illusion of a large Warforged appearing opposite us, but it's going to be silent. I need you to provide the sounds for it. And once the guards are distracted, we'll make a dash. Oh, as I see people joining.
Sorry, I wanted to slap a token down there so you remember that there's totally a dude like watching all of this down there.
Yes, that's helpful.
I didn't expect y'all to like try and head down that way and be guards and you know all those things that players do to ruin a DM's plans.
Right. Sounds good, mate.
All right. Really feel like we're going the wrong way here.
Ronan's gonna follow along.
So you're
I'm waiting for Deveris to make his move.
I'm trying to figure out where we're dashing. Are we dashing just straight down this hallway over here? Are we going to try and get over here? Or are we going to try and get, like, over here? Like, where's our escape route?
I would say probably we duck down this alley and then try and, like, fuck it into a build. Or we're metagaming, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Nick, knowing that Deveris is watching him, he just kind of, like, tries to put his hand behind his back and point down this alley here.
make a sleight of hand check.
All right. Bu- 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 bu. What I get? Oh yeah. That's a natural one.
Okay, so maybe that idea is not the best idea then. Do they really think that we are bad?
I think right now We'll see how they react.
Go ahead and give me insight checks. Anyone who wants. Oh, that double crit though from the wise character.
Whoa.
So Davaris and Bark, like you get the feeling it's clear that this guy's not too smart. Like he told his folks to kind of check out the area and stuff like that, but he is not trying to solve this. He's just waiting for more muscle to get here, and then somebody else can deal with this problem. He's not a detective who's here to solve a murder. He's a beat cop who loves the fact that he's finally like in charge of a squad and like ain't trying to make this more of a headache than it needs to be. So he can just stand here and point his weapon at you until enough people show up to get y'all out of here and go about his life. Like he ain't doing interviews and checking the wound and like trying to solve this murder right now. He's just biding his time.
Okay. So then, getting a sense for that, I'm going to go to my companions and look and be like, well, you're not going to be uncooperative, are you? Because I can take you down to the station myself.
Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, it's great to know that the law here in Sean is so brave and strong and intelligent.
Yes. Enough with the flattery. Won't get you very far.
Ronan.
Shrugs.
Got it. So the dwarf is just going to kind of sigh and go, all right then, and motion, and his group of guards combined with fake Diveris guard are going to start escorting y'all off to temporary holding, basically.
Once he starts to follow me, I'm going to be like, look, I've got this. Why don't you keep scanning the area? I'm sure there's another one out here.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay.
I'll aid him with... Oh, it doesn't matter.
Let me look up something in the book real quick.
Well, you guys, this has been a fun adventure. I'll see you in jail.
Yep.
Nick's too pretty for jail. Before
Not according to his icon.
No.
I was just gonna ask, like, since we've spent a little bit of time in Sharn, do we know how like reasonable the magistrate is?
Like this is not. It's a huge city, right? So there's going to be different areas, different jails. You're not going to always go to the same jail. Like, you imagine that getting thrown in jail in the upper middle class region is totally a different life experience than we were in a bar fight in the goblin slums and thrown in an iron cage in the back of a building somewhere. But I now have the information out of the book that I need. What are you doing with the Unseen Servant?
I'm just like exploring my options here.
Okay. The guard is not going to be talked out of, like, I've got this, go alone. Like,
Okay.
the group of y'all are going to go to jail together. The female guard will kind of scoop up everyone's weapons and bring them with, so your stuff's not just laying there in the street. But the clump of y'all, 4 guards and 3 adventurers, make your way to, like, the nearest watch outpost, and you're put in 2 different cells. It's going to be Nick and Bark in one cell and Ronan in another. And Davaris, you were a guard, so you were not thrown in jail, and you have probably upwards of 20-25 minutes left on your disguised self, right? It's an hour?
Yeah. Oh, thank God. Okay.
Right. So, Davaris, since you were disguised and have 25 minutes, what do you do?
Do I know where the keys are to the cells in case I need them for future?
Seems like one of the watchmasters there in the building had the keys on him.
Okay.
So these are not the guards from, like, this isn't their jail. They brought you here and dropped you off, and then 10-15 minutes later they kind of made their way out, and the party is still in jail, but the dwarf and his 2 guards have gone off to, you know, probably head back to the scene and start dealing with that.
Okay. So what exactly are we waiting for here? Are we waiting for a higher authority to come and interrogate them? Or...
I'm gonna say Nick's probably had run-ins with the law before and would know that it being 9 o'clock at night, you're probably just gonna sit it out in the air quote drunk tank, and in the morning when people are actually awake, go before the magistrate or lawmaster or whatever. But like, they're not gonna go wake her up to deal with this.
Okay. Crap. I don't know what to do.
You were disguised as a guard. You have all of the papers and the satchel.
Yeah. I'm gonna walk over to one of the other guards, and I'm going to produce the evidence and just be like, "This was found on the body. Does it mean anything to you?"
Okay, I can work with that. Let me go back to my identification papers note. So the guy is going to take the pack of papers and basically flip through it. It's several like handwritten notes and stuff, but then you see him like grab the guy's identification, and the guard will read it for a second and just go, "Looks like the poor sod was one of the folks from over at the Morgrave University, some teacher or something. Fellow's name is Bonal Geldum." Somebody probably thought he was important or rich or something, and then he'll start kind of you gave him the satchel too. He'll start kind of
the only thing I kept to myself was the small pocketbook with the mithril thread.
The journal or the book or whatever.
Right.
All right, so there's nothing super crazy in the satchel. It's just some blank papers, quill and ink, and you took the apple out, so that's gone.
Yeah.
So he rifles through the stuff and goes, "All right, looks like it's just the guy's personal effects, but at least we don't have to try and figure out who he was. We know where he worked and who he was."
Perfect. Does this appear to be anything more than just your regular run-of-the-mill mugging gone awry?
Stuff like this happens all the time in the city, so it doesn't surprise me, especially on a night like tonight where no one wants to be out in big groups, or everyone's just making a mad dash through the rain. It's particularly easy to pick off an easy target.
Okay. How many guards are in this room with us?
Small building, probably 2 or 3 mulling about doing various tasks, and then like the main guy at the desk who you just provided all the information from. There's maybe 4 cells in here, and one of them has somebody else in it. One of them's empty, and then the party was divided up, as I said. Bark and Nick are in one cell, and Ronan, just being very Ronan-y, they figured probably best to put this dude in his own cell.
All right. Well, I'd like to walk over to somewhere where I'm out of sight, and then subtly cast a message to. Let's go to Bark, and then I will say, I can try and bust you guys out, or I can come back in the morning as like a witness and corroborate our innocence.
What do you guys want to do? Do you just want to like sleep in jail all night?
At least it'll be dry.
I don't know,
Well,
what else we had to do tonight, so...
Well, what I'm thinking is, jail ain't too bad. It's, 3 hots and a cot, and, we didn't do anything wrong. maybe we can twist this into a job, eh? They'll hire us to investigate the murder, and we'll make a little cash.
I mean, I didn't even hit anything.
Oh, we'll find something to hit for you, buddy. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Yes, making threats while in jail.
So I'll tell that we'll just sleep here tonight and he can come back in the morning.
All right. With that knowledge, I'm going to go to the other guard, kind of stretch languidly, and be like, "Ugh, it's been a long night. I'm going to call it."
All right. Do try and stay dry out there.
And I will leave the building, and disguise self will fade away, and I'll come back in the morning as a witness.
Okay. So you head off into the night and head back to your room at the tavern, whose name I did not bother to figure out where y'all are actually staying because it's a one-shot. And there you go. The rest of y'all are hanging out in jail, and it's super exciting. There's tons of activities to do. There's not. It's sitting and staring at the walls. And
Nick will take his cup and like ring it against the bars.
Oh God. About the time that you realize, it starts setting in that you're just gonna sit in jail all night, hitting about midnight, you get comfy, you start trying to fall asleep or whatever. The dwarf from the crime scene is going to come back in, and he spends a few moments like hushedly talking to the lead guy up at the desk, and then walks out, and the lead guy up at the desk is going to come and he's going to unlock your cell and say, well, there's two cells, so he unlocks one and then starts moving to the other when he's like, well, the three of you must have friends in high places because we've just got word that you're free to go. You can take it nice and slow, collect your stuff at the front desk here, and then we'll get you out of here. So it looks like they must have found whatever they needed. And so he's going to open both cells and kind of get back up to the front desk and rifle through the stuff to get out your weaponry. And you'll hear him just muttering under his breath about... Detect magic. You'll hear him muttering under his breath and stuff about people with money, being able to circumnavigate the system.
Yeah, we totally look like we have money and can
Yeah.
bribe our way out of things.
Nick's new sweet chest wound.
Another scar on the pile of scars. Nick leans into Ronan and he says, "Huh, it might be Jesse, and my gnome friend in the Alchemist Guild. He might have need of me more than these guys do. But let's play it cool for now, yeah?"
You got it. Ronan would like to make sure he tries to overhear any of the conversations on the way out of here.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Like from the guards?
Yeah.
The guards don't seem to be talking about y'all too much. Once you start getting your stuff and head out, like I said, the guy was basically just bitching and complaining that money and positions can get people out of the system instead of going before the lawmaster and blah 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 blah. So the whole you guys got to have friends in high places is totally something that you get the feeling actually bothers him on a personal level. And the other guards don't care. Y'all are free, so if you're not about to start a fight in the jail, get your shit and get out. We have other stuff to worry about. In addition to your detect magic, sir, while you're sitting back in your comfy room enjoying the better life of not being in jail, also give me an intelligence, just a broad intelligence check.
Oh, okay.
You should just be able to actually click the word intelligence on your sheet. That'll do it. So your detect magic lights up the journal is in fact magic, but it doesn't seem to be coming from a specific school. It's kind of a bit of everything, right? Like it's just like bam, glowing magic. But your intelligence check, once you kind of flip through the pages, you close the book and you look back at the symbol on the front cover, and you realize it's a very like old but kind of stylized rendition of the House Cannith seal, which is an anvil with a hammer in a circle, but it's done so in like a stylized way that out in the rain and muck last night you didn't really notice it before. You just saw the circle and lines of mithril, but now it makes sense that it's a stylized hammer and anvil.
Okay. And does that symbol mean anything to me?
It's essentially the logo of that house, that organization. So
And does that house or organization, do I know anything about it?
I could go grab you paragraphs of information about it. Being somebody who lives in the world of Eberron, like it would be like not knowing what Disney is. It's a very everyday kind of thing, and they're all over. Like there would be house offices here in Sharn, but also any major city would probably have representation of House Cannith in it, but focus more on the production and forging and making stuff side of things, hence their symbol being hammer anvil.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
The rest of you, after your about 3-hour stint in jail, you are heading back to, you assume Daveris headed back to the inn because that makes the most sense. The rain is lessened at this point. It's still raining outside. But you get maybe 2 blocks from the jail. And I have a thing here for you. You get about 2 blocks from the jail, and you're not too far from your rooms when a man who has his hood drawn tight around his face, he passes you. There's not a bunch of people on the street at this time of night, but he passes you and kind of makes that throat clearing noise, and without stopping, he extends his hand showing a signet ring that has the House Cannith seal on it, on his ring finger, and he says, "If you want to know the truth of Bonal's murder, go to the Broken Anvil Tavern at dawn." And he just keeps walking.
Oh, the plot thickens, eh? I say to Ronan, kind of pat him on the back. This is going to be a great adventure.
And then the rest of y'all can totally make it back to the tavern and meet up with Diveris just fine.
I've hotboxed the room at this point. It's just a green smoke just pours out when you walk in.
Well, it's be easy to sleep in here at least.
How the hell did you guys get out?
Apparently, we have friends in House Cannith, eh?
No, you don't.
I don't know. We were released. There was they said that we must have connections in high places, and I thought maybe it was my gnome friend, or, maybe you'd pulled some strings. And then all of a sudden, some man in a robe extends his signet ring, and I tell him about the whole scenario.
At which point, I toss him the book that also has the Cannith seal and be like, "Indeed, the plot does thicken."
Nick, who has yet to learn detect magic, is just kind of like, "Oh, it's a blank book, cool."
So, in an interesting bit of information there, Nick, you are not the cleanest person despite the rain and everything. So you totally have dried blood and grime and everything on you. And when
at all times,
when you grab the book, you were definitely leaving smudges on the leather bound outer bit. But as you kind of flip through the pages and are like, oh yeah, it's a fucking blank book, nothing comes off on the page. Anytime you leave a smudge, it runs right down the page and falls off onto the floor.
Whoa. This is intense. I need
Yeah.
a shirt made out of this.
And pants.
Pants optional.
Well, they want us at dawn. Should we sleep whatever's left of the night?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Seems reasonable.
So dawn would be in about 5.5, 6 hours. I don't care enough. You can go ahead and take the benefits of a long rest. And then in dawn, y'all want to head to the Broken Anvil. It's not too far. You're in like Middle Dura, and it would be in the same section of the city, so less than an hour to get where you need to go.
Cool.
So straight to the Broken Anvil.
I would suggest to the group that we maybe get there a little early, like half an hour early, to just kind of scope it out.
Yeah, sounds good.
Ronan's asleep.
Nick kind of gets over Ronan. Oh, should I roll a stealth check to make sure I don't wake him up?
Like, are you gonna jump and scream, or are you slapping him? What are you doing to this angry orc here?
Do I wake him up?
I'll let that be between the pair of y'all.
No, you would be fine with the 19.
And then I cast minor illusion to make the sound of like a banging gong, a loud banging gong. How's it going, gorgeous? I just give him a little smack on the cheek and jump up.
Gripping his axe. All right, is it time already?
Yeah, so you guys can totally set out. Like I said, it's not too long of a walk to get there, so you can definitely get there a half hour early if you want. There's much more people on the streets this morning than there was last night, especially since the rain has died off, but it's still not anything crazy. It is just now starting to be that like pre-dawn moment, and you get to the Broken Anvil, and it's a small tavern that's located inside of the Mason's Tower. So it's one of the buildings that's built into the wall of the much larger tower. And there's a small wooden sign above the door that indicates that it belongs to House Galanda. And then the doors are open if you want to head inside.
Yeah. I mean, before heading in, I'll just take a quick look around to see if there's anyone watching us.
I'll aid him in that.
Sure, make a perception check with advantage. No, everyone's kind of going about their day. There's folks that are, getting ready to set up their like fruit stands and that kind of stuff for the day to come on the bridge, especially, or on the skyways and bridges and stuff, now that the rain seems to have stopped. But no one's paying specific attention to the group of y'all, and so y'all can just walk straight into this bar or tavern. Cool. And so you walk inside, and it's kind of a small tavern, maybe like a dozen tables and a couple of booths along the wall, and then the bar area in the back, and then the stairs along one side to lead up to the second floor. Again, it's built inside of a tower, so it's not like a two-story building so much as just two floors that are connected by a set of stairs. But there is a halfling woman at the bar, and the moment that y'all walk in, she looks up to see who's coming in at this hour. And there's nobody else in the entire tavern except one woman in a blue cloak set over at one of the tables kind of closest to the bar.
All right. Guess we saunter over there.
To the bar or to the...
to the woman table there.
Yeah. So y'all start heading towards the woman at the table, and like I said, the halfling woman had looked up and sees y'all starting to head that way, and so she says to the woman sitting at the table, "My lady, it appears your guests have arrived." And she, goes about cleaning glasses and doing stereotypical barkeep kind of thing, and y'all walk over to this woman at the table, and it is a woman wearing a blue cloak that pretty much matches exactly the blue color of her eyes, and she's she has very delicate features, sleek black hair that's bound with silver and turquoise ornaments, and she's very clearly displaying that she has a signet ring of House Cannith on her right ring finger.
Okay.
Well, did our mutual friend the builder send you?
She, like, a bit of confusion passes across her face, and she's like, "What? No,
Sorry, I mean, House Kenneth, all that. It's rare that I get to do anything secret, so I'm trying to play it up while it lasts.
One second here while I fight with Roll20. So like I said, there was that bit of confusion where you both went to talk at the same time. Like, you said something and she was slightly confused, so you went to clarify and she went to talk, and you had that awkward second, and then you was like, very rare I get to be involved in anything secret. So she just says, "Well, look, I want to thank you all for coming. I'm the one who got you all out of jail, and it's because you seem to have got wrapped up in something that's very close to myself and my organization."
As she says this, I will pull a small pocketbook out from my cloak, just silently put it on the table, with my long, skinny fingers kind of slide it across the table to her, and kind of tap it knowingly.
She was like getting ready to say something else, and the moment that she sees that journal, like, awestruck, focuses on what you're doing with the journal, and the moment you like start to slide it, she will like reach out to meet you halfway across the table and slide it to her side of the table, and says, "I want to thank you all for coming. We have very important business to discuss that relates to the unfortunate death of Bono Geldum. Please sit down." And she kind of motions, and there's 3 pitchers on the table and probably a half dozen cups, and you see that you have wine, ale, and water. And she says, if you want anything to drink or if you want food, just let me know. But we have very important things to discuss indeed.
Diveris will start to light up his pipe, and just swirl the magic smoke that comes out as he listens.
Nick pours himself an ale.
Noise.
I'll join you.
I will too, but it will just be because of peer pressure.
You're a robot.
I'm not going to drink it, but I'm going to be cool like everyone else.
Just sitting there with your cup of ale. So she's going to say, "My name is Lady Eladrian." I'll spell it out for you in chat in just a second. It says, "My name is Lady Eladrian. I'm a member of House Cannith, obviously," and she kind of, flares that signet ring like they seem to be wont to do. And she says, "I've been working with Provost Geldum to recover an important family heirloom that belongs to my house." Provost is like a title. It's like saying professor or something in the university. So that's like his position in the school. So she says, "I've been working with Provost Geldum to recover an important family heirloom. We were to meet earlier last night, but as you know, he never made that meeting. I learned from the watch what had happened, and so I sent one of my men to track you down. Obviously, he made contact because all of you are here, and this heirloom, according to family legends, was locked away in a foundry that dates back to pre-Galifar Sharn. And Galifar is the huge nation that used to take up most of this continent, and it basically split into 5 different countries that were all at war. And that's what that big last war where all the warforges and stuff were built was, this ancient empire breaking up into smaller factions that were all kind of squabbling over land and power. And that's what the big war was. So she's basically saying that she's after something that predates that empire.
So you were going to meet him before the stabby warforged and the cape showed up then, eh?
Yes, it's not exactly how we had things planned out, of course. We were going to meet here last night, but it seems that there are agents of the Lord of Blades in the city, and they must know that he had discovered something leading him to the location of this heirloom, and it must have drawn the attention of the Lord of Blades, and so his agents went into motion.
And we know what the Lord of Blades is, right?
So it's kind of like almost to the level of like being a tale you tell kids to scare them into behaving and stuff like that. There was the big war between all of the nations, and then suddenly there was it's called the Day of Mourning. On this day, right in the middle of the battle, a large chunk of one of the countries had this cataclysm, this apocalyptic arcane explosion that destroyed a huge chunk of that country and basically caused everyone to kind of call timeout on the war, because no one knew who had made the attack, or whether it was completely unrelated, if there was going to be more or what. So imagine like someone dropped the atomic bomb on Japan, but then no one owned up to doing it, so everyone kind of called timeout real quick on World War II, and we eased into this like awkward Cold War where everyone knew something out there had the power to do that, but no one fessed up to it. Well,
and the Mournland is still
right.
messed up by this.
The Mournland is 2 years. We're 2 years later at this point, and the Mournland is still super messed up. Like there's this spooky gray mist that's always filling the area, and all of the bodies from the war in that area are not decomposing. Like if you guys got on an airship and you went to the Mournland right now, it would look like the bodies died 10 minutes ago. Like nothing's decomposing. And this Lord of Blades is apparently a warforged who lives out in the Mournland somewhere and is basically recruiting all of the warforged that he can to his cause, because warforged in Eberron have this kind of awkward, we were made for the war, but then the war ended and we were granted sentience, but now we don't really have a purpose and we need to find ourselves. But think about like every cyberpunk or near future sci-fi movie ever where you have that like, do robots have rights kind of vibe? Well, he's that one robot that's like, the humans aren't going to treat us with respect. It's time for a robot uprising. So he's out in the Mournland somewhere recruiting robots to have the robots be their own nation and stand up for themselves.
He's Magneto.
Yeah.
Now, what would our excuse me, my brain, Lord of Blades, right?
So what would the Lord of Blades want with this artifact then?
So the heirloom, according to the legends of my family, is part of a schema, part of a schematic, basically to make stuff. Being House Cannith, we are masterful forgers and crafters, and this this ancient technology might lead us to being able to make new types of magical weapons and armor and stuff that had been forgotten to the dust of ages as Galifar fell and the war began to spring up. Obviously, if he had the means to make that sort of stuff, it would aid him in his goals.
Right. Yeah. And so what do you want us to do about it then?
She says, well, Bono believed that he had discovered the location of the foundry in this ancient journal, and she kind of taps the book like twice. And she says, I was going to fund a small expedition to go to the site, but without Bono, and her voice kind of trails off for a second, and she says, and the reason that I've contacted all of you is maybe you'd be willing to recover the heirloom for me, for a reward, of course. And she kind of like passes from each of y'all, trying to get a read on how y'all are reacting to this job prospect.
What do you guys think?
I'm extremely intrigued.
Kind of nods.
Okay, so y'all are basically given a kind of like, all right, head nod, like, I mean, a paying job. Y'all were just joking about that last night in jail. So she grabs the journal and she'll like, it was off kind of to her right, and she'll pull it directly in front of her and then turn her hand over and press her signet ring onto the symbol on the front of the journal. And then Davaris and Nick, you had both looked in the journal and saw that the pages were blank. Well, when she opens the journal, the pages begin to swirl and fill with script and line drawings and blueprints and maps, and like the text begins to appear. It seems that her signet ring is what activated the whatever it was that was hiding all of the font.
Davaris takes a moment from, he's been casting minor illusion, just making like small little animals on the table, like a little griffin, little dragon, little thing. And he takes a moment seeing her do this and goes, it's quite an impressive trick. You'll have to show me that one day.
Well, when you work in a business such as mine, it's very important that you keep trade secrets. I'm sure you understand. And
Yes,
she keeps flipping through the pages, and she finally gets to, it looks like the page she was looking for, and she reaches in the inner pocket of like her cloak, and she pulls out a folded piece of paper and unfolds it and compares that paper to the page of the journal. And she says, so it appears that the foundry is deep within Dorashan Tower, 57 levels below the tower's present-day sewer system, but exactly where it's at, I can't tell you. But I offer the group of you 250 gold as well as the goodwill of my house if you will help me.
I'm in.
Now you see,
Now we're talking.
says Nick. When we had a run-in with them capes after the attack, they took quite a sizable amount of gold from us, and they said it was a thing. Maybe if you could give us a little bit of an advance, it might ensure us having a better response. Oh yeah, deception.
I mean, you keep going. I just want to let you know I'm going to need a
Yeah. It may ensure a better result, eh? See what I'm saying?
She gives you one of the like, there's like 17 eyes in this, right? And she'll actually reach down and grab her coin purse though and say, okay, I'm willing, you know, for the sake of me getting what I need out of this, to provide you 100 gold up front. But you must return, you must be successful and return with what I need, or you won't see another copper's worth. And she'll start like counting out the money as she explains further. And she says, So what I need from you is I'm looking for a relic. It's an adamantine plate. It's the shape of a 7-pointed star and is about the size of your hand. And she starts like pushing a small pile of gold coins across from you and starts counting more. She says it has no special power by itself, but it's an ancient like piece of a schematic, and it's a piece of a pattern used by House Cannith to craft unusual items. So recover this piece of our history, and myself and my house will be extremely grateful. And she pushes the second half of the pile across to you. So what I need you to do is head to Dorishan Tower, search the area beyond, and she flips a couple of pages and she says, the area beyond the E213 valve cluster. There you will find a sealed door bearing the same mark as the front of the journal. And she closes the journal and taps the mark. And she says, open the seal and the tunnel beyond will take you to the lower levels.
Very well.
Cool. Y'all accept the quest. You take your 100 gold. And she says, I wish you luck in this endeavor. Be sure to use that advance to outfit yourself as you see necessary, because it is very vital that you are not to fail in this undertaking.
Right, yeah. We'll do our best, Nick says, kind of flashes a smile and grabs the gold.
At the flash of the smile, she's just going to say, I remind you that it took nothing more than my word to spring you from prison. It takes nothing more than my word to put you back there. Do not make me regret this, and do not make me regret advancing the gold.
Nick gets a little bit more serious and he says, sorry, ma'am. I might look a little rough around the edges, but if you hire Nick to do a job, he always gets it done. And he stares at her so she knows that he's not full of crap.
I was going to make a Kevin joke there, but I'll let it go. All right, so I'm going to fast forward a little bit to make up for the fact that y'all spent the night in jail, and say that whatever you need with that 100 gold, feel free to just get it out of the player's handbook. Ropes, healing potions, whatever you need. We're not going to do shopping in a one-shot. We're pressed for time. So discuss amongst yourself if there's anything you want to buy with that advance. She does give you the little folded up piece of paper that she's got, which isn't like a super great map, but it kind of details out the details that she gave you, the valve cluster, and then seeing that this foundry is 57 levels lower. So it does look like there's going to be a vertical aspect to finding the place in the sewers and then going down to where this foundry is.
All right, guys, what do we want? What do we need?
Maybe a healing potion and some climbing gear.
Sounds good.
Seems reasonable.
All right, so standard PHB cost, acquire that.
So that's 50 for the healing potion that I'm looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then ropes, climbing gear, any of that stuff, just snag it.
Climbers.
Otherwise,
I have 50 feet of hemp rope currently.
A climber's kit's 25.
All right, cool. And that leaves us 25 gold to count and giggle about. All right, fantastic.
Other than that, I'm assuming y'all are heading straight to Dorishan Tower and going to start looking around as low as you can get in the tower?
Yeah,
Or is there anything else y'all need to do?
I'll lead into the darkness and with my decent athletics checks.
All right. So you kind of have to like snake your way. It's not as simple as finding an elevator or just one set of stairs and going down. So you you take the bridge to get to Dorshun Tower, and then you make your way through one level and, you know, make your way down some stairs that get you 2 or 3 levels lower, but then you have to kind of weave back around and through city streets and past businesses and get to another area where you get a bridge or a set of stairs, and you work your way lower and lower, and it takes about an hour and a half till you finally get to where we're going to bring you back in, which is, you're not in the sewers, but like this is totally the like bad side of town, narrow corridors, not always lit, and that's where we're gonna fast forward to. So the tunnels and corridors at this level are really dark, and there's the occasional narrow window that lets you like look out and see the other tower walls and foundations and sky bridges of the city. Every so often, there's a torch that sputters here and there and gives off light enough that you can see the pallid pools of light from the torch, as well as the muck and stuff on the ground. Are you guys carrying your own torches, or are you relying on the lighting of the area?
I'll probably not use a torch, but just cast dancing lights. The
Okay.
4 balls of light.
Okay.
I'll keep my torch.
Okay.
I have dark vision, so I'm good.
Gotcha.
Same.
So, even so, there's rough and dirty people crowding in some of these corridors, and you eventually come to one tunnel that opens into a larger chamber where there's a mix of probably about a dozen folks. Most of them are goblins, but there's a couple of humans, 1 or 2 shifters, and then a single hobgoblin. And again, keep in mind that like this is not uncommon in Sharn and Eberron. Like goblins aren't inherently evil. They gravitate towards being poor and thieves and stuff in the cities like you do, but a human is just as likely to be a street bandit as a goblin. It's not, oh my god, there's a goblin, kill him on sight. But so there's about a half dozen folks, or sorry, a dozen folks kind of crowded in this clump of this it's not a large chamber, but considering the narrow passageways you've been making yourself through, like the fact that it's got a 8-foot high ceiling and is maybe 10, 15 foot across on this end, is welcome from being cramped into the single file. And they're all kind of gathered around one goblin who has a bunch of piles of stuff kind of spread out across 3 kind of rotting looking raggedy blankets. And you hear the goblin like, no pushing, no pushing. There's enough for everyone at the rat's market.
Are we just gonna pass through?
I'll linger to see what wares he's got.
Yeah, Nick is definitely interested.
I'll start lifting some goblins out of the way to get us some clear.
He said no pushing. It was right in the instructions. But
listening.
sure. Yeah. Great distinction. Anyone who wants to kind of work their way into the crowd or try to get around the edges and see what this goblin's got, go ahead and give me an investigation check. Not everybody at once. All right, there they go. Okay, so Ronan doesn't care. He's above this shit.
He's too
Bark,
busy lifting goblins.
yeah, Bark, you're like trying to kind of wedge your way through the crowd, but being the only Warforged in a room, it seems like people are like almost purposely trying to block you from getting up there and see what's going on. Like you kind of push on a goblin, and it seems like as soon as you kind of push him out of the way, 2 more squeeze in the hole where he's at and take advantage of the fact that they can now see. But Nick and Iveris, each of you get up there, and your rolls are basically the same information. So you see that, like I said, he's got 3 blankets kind of laid out, and there's like a roll of hemp rope. Doesn't look like it's the full 50 feet, maybe only about 40 feet, but it's kind of rotten looking. There's like a handmade but rusted hammer. He's got like a steel mirror that's all scratched up but looks mostly usable, like a rusted iron bell. Like it's just like a bunch of garbage he either found or stole or what.
I kind of point towards the steel mirror and I say, "Hey, mate, how much for that?"
Let me see here. Steel mirror. So he finishes whatever transaction he's working with somebody else, and then he turns to you and says, "Look at this thing. Barely a scratch on her." And you can see there's like 4 like really obvious scratches even from where you're at. And he holds it up. "For you, friend, 58 copper."
Nick kind of looks at the mirror and looks at the goblin and says, in thieves can't, "Hey, mate, how about a little something for a friend?"
Make a persuasion check with advantage. Ooh, saved it. He says, Right. For a friend, I'll let it go for as little as 45 copper."
Oh, I'll buy that useless steel mirror because I just find it so funny. All right.
And he makes the exchange. How do you? I guess it doesn't matter. You can pay for it all in copper pieces. But he keeps hawking, and he's like, "I got a rare stick of sealing wax, only partially used, for a mere 60 copper. Or maybe you could use a fine woolen blanket, only a hint of mildew, 39 coppers." And he keeps just like talking to everyone around.
You want anything, Tavares?
I think I'm good.
Right then, let's go.
Nick kind of polishes the mirror.
Let me see that. I just like look at myself in it and I hand it back to him disinterestedly.
You never know what you can use with these little handy little objects, though.
So while y'all are talking and Bark, you're still just there in the crowd. The goblin keeps listing off things. A skewer of boiled rat meat for you, only 5 silver. And he's just ranting off all of the things that he's got here. And then he occasionally falls back into that. No pushing. There's rooms for everyone at the rats market.
I think we're done here, right, guys?
Definitely.
Well, they might be selling items, but perhaps they're also selling information. Should we ask one of them? They look like they tend to stick around the seedier parts of the town. Maybe they know something about E213 valve cluster.
Oh, that's a great idea. And I'll say, "Hey, friend," and I'll kind of pull a silver out of my pocket, and I'll say, "In thieves can't. You know anything about this E213 valve cluster? Heard there might be some action."
He's doing that thing where you're at a bar and the bartender is clearly listening to you, but like finishing the drink for the person and getting their money and stuff. But once he's done, he turns to you and he goes back into his like elevator pitch, right? He doesn't jump straight to valve cluster. He starts back over with, "I got a rare stick of sealing wax, only partially used, for a mere 60 coppers. Maybe you could use this fine woolen blanket. Like I said, it's only got that hint of mildew, 39 coppers. But, perhaps if I could point out the way to a certain valve cluster, well, that must be worth something to such fine explorers as yourselves. Maybe even 100 silver."
Can you prove you've been there before?
He like flashes this shittiest little like smirk goblin grin and like doesn't quite wink, but you get the feeling that he would punctuate it with a wink. And he says, "Oh, I guarantee you will be satisfied with every purchase at the rats market."
Okay. I'm going to, I'll take out, I'll flip him 2 silver. But as I do so, I'm going to lean in down to him with my kind of Mr. Burns scoliosis curve of the spine, get really up in his face. And using a minor illusion, I'm going to use it to distort my own face. And I'm going to sort of threaten him and be like, make sure you make it good. Because if you screw us, well, let's just say I can turn your insides, put them on the outside.
Okay, make an intimidation check, and since you use the spell to augment it, I'm not going to give you advantage, but add 6 to your roll. Yep,
Okay.
good enough.
Yep.
That's fine. We can do mental math. It's D&D. So he kind of recoils back at first. Well, not at first, but when you do the face flash, he visibly, like, he's got his 2 silver, but then kind of curls back in that cowering goblin kind of way, and thinks about his next words carefully and says, right. Well, I've said my price, and I promised you'll be satisfied. So no double crossing from Sakan.
Well then, gather your shit and let's go.
All right, so that'd be 10 gold pieces.
Yeah.
All right.
He's gonna start, wrapping the blankets around all of his wares and kind of doing his shows over, and the crowd kind of starts dispersing. And then he'll start tucking all of his garbage into just like burlap sacks that he's going to be trudging along with as the set of y'all kind of start to move out. You said you paid him 10 gold?
Yeah, so I took it out of the 25 that we had left over.
Okay. At the sight of like being paid in gold, considering that everything else was garbage that he was selling for coppers, like he has that moment of his eyes lighting up like, this is not the amount of money I was ever expecting to get today. I've just hit it big kind of like moment. And then he like, you see him regain his composure and go back into that like skulking, I've just been threatened goblin mode, but like clearly excited, like, holy shit, I might eat today. And then like, oh yeah, the guy will murder me if I fuck this up. And then he's going to lead the group of y'all through this room, down another hallway, and it's maybe 5 minutes of walking before he finally gets you to a passageway where he says, right, the valve cluster's through here. You go in, first left, and then down the stairs, and you can't miss it.
Well, then lead the way.
All right. So he kind of like, he has that defeated-ish like droop of the ears, and then kind of straightens himself back up, and he leads you. It's 30 feet or so down the passageway he was motioning to, and then there's a set of stairs on the left side, and he leads you down the stairs. And so the staircase descends deeper and deeper into the tower, and with every step downward, you can smell the odor of mold and sewage getting stronger, and you start to hear liquid dripping. The walls are starting to be damp, and the deeper you go down this kind of, it's not like a spiraling staircase, but it's a couple of stairs down and then a couple of feet and then stairs down in another direction, and you're clearly descending pretty rapidly. I need to know the order that everyone's walking in, who's got torches, that kind of stuff.
I'm walking directly behind the goblin, watching his every move.
Okay, let me get a goblin on the map here. He seems like a friendly fellow, right? All y'all are on the sewer map?
Mm-hmm.
Bark, you have your torch. Nick, can you tell me if you can move the glowing dancing lights?
Bum, bum, bum. No.
Okay. I figured, yep, it did not save all of the dynamic lighting stuff I was doing last minute last night. Try now.
Not yet.
Okay, I'll muck with it while y'all explore. So you come down this set of stairs, get in your proper marching order. You should be able to navigate the dynamic lighting just fine. But so the stairs are descending. You hear the sounds of water getting closer. It seems you have found the sewers.
Sakan,
Yeah, what is it?
wife and kids?
Well, you know me. How's the family? Numerous and agitated. I found the problem with your dynamic lighting shit. 1 second. Did you want to cast dancing lights?
Yes.
Okay. Let me multiply that guy because you should have 4 of them. Alright, there's your 4. Bark's got her torch. Adjust them as needed. Yeah, what do you do?
How many kids?
Depends on whether you're asking how many or how many I'll admit to.
How many do you care about?
He just smiles. So as you round and get in this hallway, the sound of water sounds like it's just around the next corner. And as you kind of start to head down this hall, you can catch glimpses of what appears to be the sewers themselves around the corner. And the stairs finally come to an end into a brick sewer tunnel that's roughly 10 feet wide. And to your... the water, it seems to be flowing to the left on the map.
Kind of stare at the goblin. There you go.
Keep in mind that the goblin's totally carrying like 2 burlap sacks full of garbage right now too. Like his hands are full and he's just trudging along like, was totally not expecting to have to carry 50 pounds of garbage when I signed up for this.
I take my
Can't see
axe out.
anything.
Just because you threw your torch in the wall.
Oops.
I take my axe out and test how deep the water is.
Oh, I stepped in it.
Never mind. I take Deveris out and I test how deep the water is.
Okay, the water's maybe a foot deep. Like, it's enough that we're going to count it as difficult terrain for terms of movement. But, like, you can step down into the muck. It's not like slime, it's just dirty water. And then there is a rusted iron grate here on your right-hand side that the main noise of the water is the water having to, like, slough in between the iron bars because it goes from floor to ceiling and completely across the path. And as you step down into here, your dynamic lighting's working and you guys can see all these side tunnels, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're not actual tunnels, it's just the best way for me to represent it on the map. But what you're looking at is several valves because you've found the valve cluster. And so the ceiling above you is just a knot of twisted, rusted, dripping pipes. And there are 6 pipes on each side of the passageway here. And every so often there's like a big hiss of steam and one of the valves open and just like a whole slew of muck and water comes out of the pipes and into the the center channel here. But it's not all of the pipes at once. It's just like randomly one will open, like there'll be the quick hissing noise, and then the valve opens, and 15-20 seconds worth of just big torrent of water, and then the valve closes, and then 15-20 seconds later another one opens, hisses, opens, quick flood of water. And so there's actual floor where you can walk here, but every so often random gush of water just here, there. It's like a Scooby-Doo hallway where they come out of random doors. Well, instead of Scooby-Doo, it's a 15-second flood of toilet water.
And as these valves open and close, do we see numbers on them?
There's definitely markings. It's not as easy as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but if you've ever been in a building where they have like light switches or outlets like marked so that they know which breaker that's on, it's kind of that stuff. So it'd be like a letter, a dash, and 2 or 3 numerical digits, because with being such a massive city, it would probably be like a marker for what quadrant you're in or tower you're in, a marker for which floor you're on, and then that kind of stuff.
Okay. Can I try and look around for like a mechanism that might stop this torrent from flowing?
Sure, you can make a perception check. You don't seem to see anything, and again, it's not so wild and crazy that y'all wouldn't be able to navigate through this area, and especially if you stay in the water, like by the time it's hitting the water itself, it's not too crazy. You just get the feeling that if you were standing directly in front of one when it went off, you would probably need to get out of the way super quick, or be flushed into the center drain. But as Bark moves forward with her torch right there, I do have stuff for y'all. But it is 2 hours into our 4 hours, so before I do super important things, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break if you guys don't mind.
All right.
Cool.
Let everyone refresh their drinks and take a moment. So be back at 10 after the hour. Nick is so glowy.
Just covered in lights.
I just tucked them up close to you so you can move it all at once, but remember that you can send them out as needed.
Yeah, kind of like controlling units,
Yeah.
like a sieve.
I'm gonna refresh my water real quick, and I'll be right back. I am back.
Check.
Hi. So, Ronan and Diveris, you guys can see that ahead the tunnel tees off and heads in two different directions, right?
Oh, at the end, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. I can see everything in my view, so I always
Right.
want to make sure that I'm providing the proper information. I can force myself to go into your view, but as I juggle things behind the scenes, I just want to make sure that I'm giving you information as you get to the proper spot. Especially in a room like this where y'all are like, okay, that one just flushed, ready to sit, hop, 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 hop in front to get to the next wall.
Right. I'm loving the music.
It's so
Get ready
spoopy.
for the spooks.
What is this? Is this tabletop or Sirenscape or?
It's all tabletop audio because it's integrated right in the Roll20, and you can just add it straight into the jukebox and not have to do anything crazy, feed it through Discord or anything.
Nice.
So all of the noises you've heard and will hear are just like, I literally logged in an hour before the game. I was like, you know what, let's do music. Sewer noises. Is anyone not back yet? If you're not here, say so now.
I think we're here.
Hun, are you here? Seems like no. I'm gonna find a wife and I'll be right back.
Okay.
It's about snack 30 for her.
I'm back.
He just left to go find you.
I just yelled. It's an effective communication method. Alright. Right. Ronan running off here. I see what you're doing. Get your ass back to where you were. So you guys, like I said, are kind of doing the skip from wall to wall. You wait on the valve to kind of flush, and then you scooch forward, and you got your little goblin buddy, and he's like I said, trudging with two big handfuls of burlap sacks, and trying to emulate what Diveris is doing, especially because Diveris is the one that scares him the most right now. Right. And you make it about halfway through this chamber when there's just this loud fucking noise of splash behind you, right behind Nick. And you all spin around to see that a Warforged had been apparently hiding up in the pipes above in the ceiling somewhere and just dropped the 8-10 feet down into the water. So you hear the splash of him landing, and he just stabs out at Nick. And I'm going to go ahead and call for initiative, but he is going to get one surprise attack on y'all. Don't roll just yet. Stand by.
Oh.
That's fine. We can fix it. I forgot the first combat order was still up there. Roll. Ready to go.
I'm going to move the torch for a second because I can't...
That's fine. Diveris, I will bump you up to your 9.
I'm fine.
I have a question. How big is this sewer, and can a bear fit in it?
So the actual water part is 10 feet wide, and then the platforms on either side are another 5. So if your bear token fits, like the squares, it fits. So the bear, you could fit 2 bears in this part side by side just fine.
Okay, good to know.
Hang on, I have to juggle layers and roll initiative for bad guys.
I apologize for having to make you roll initiative for Sakan.
Oh yeah, he's totally just cowering every turn.
Surprised he hasn't tried the jet yet.
Yeah, this might be his chance. Nick, would you say you were surprised by this attack?
Well, if he popped down behind me, then I would say I am surprised by this attack.
Well, I feel terrible that you were apparently the person I'm murdering, despite the fact that there's a barbarian and a druid in the party. Please take.
Nick is a forged magnet.
Yeah, please take 13 points of damage after the sneak attack hits you. And then it starts off with Bark at top of the order. So the way we're going to do this is at the top of the round, each round, I need somebody in the party. It can be anybody. Up to y'all. Roll a d6 for me.
Top of the round, as good a time as any.
Yeah, right now. Somebody roll a d6.
Not
5.
it.
Okay, somebody roll a d12.
Not it.
Not it.
Y'all gonna make me do all the work. Okay, valve number 9, which is this one, goes off right after this Warforged lands and stabs, and there's a big gush of water here, and so these squares are a torrent of water, and then the round starts. So, Bark, your turn.
Okay, I'll just become a bear and move. Well, first I'll squish around everybody a little, and then I'll become a bear, and then I'll attack.
Okay, let me get you your burr.
Just so that I'm not, like, shoving everyone out of the way with my big bear butt.
I don't know if the sight is set up on the bear token because I'm a terrible DM. So let me know if you cannot see things.
I can see.
Okay.
But I can only see what the torch lets me see.
Yeah, I don't know if the bear has dark vision. I'll check. Put your bear where you want to be.
Right there.
Okay. I do not see that a bear has dark vision, so you would still need to rely on the torch. Take your bear turn. Uh, 24 hits, but an 8 does not.
What? Are you sure?
Pretty sure. Nick, you're being stabbed at.
Okay, so I took that 13 damage. I'll roll a concentration check on my dancing light.
Okay. That's going to be a no from me, Chief.
All right, so there go my dancing lights.
The world begins to darken around Nick.
I'll move up against disengage, excuse me. I'll use my bonus action disengage, so that's 10, 15, 20 over here. And I will attack with my sword. So
A valid option.
yeah. And he's engaged with the bear.
Yes, you get sneak attack. Uh, 11 damage. So 2 things are going to happen simultaneously. One of them is the goblin screaming and running as fast as it can away from the Warforged. So he's going to run over here. And about the time that he like squeezes past you, juggling his sacks of garbage, Diveris, as you turn to like not get pushed into the water or in front of a valve as he passes, 2 more figures land on the ledges here. So let me move them off the next layer. Boom. So a pair of shifters, and they're wearing like those foot-length leather duster cloaks. They both leap down out of the pipes and charge, seeing Ronan as the biggest threat that is currently not a bear, and begin swiping at him. Actually, they're going to use their shift ability. Does everyone know what shifters are, or should I explain them?
I do not know.
I know what a shifter is. Does anyone in
I heard a I don't.
Explain!
Yeah, I was going to say, I heard at least one I don't know, so we're going to explain. Shifters are, it's not quite sure whether there's like lycanthropy in their family history or whether they're, partially cursed by the curse or what, but think like a human or an elf almost that has bestial features, much in the way that like a tiefling has a tail and some horns and is clearly like tainted by infernal. Well, think of like a human or an elf that's clearly got some sweet mutton chops and like some orcish kind of fangs and is a little hairier than one would want, like almost uncomfortably Robin Williams level of hairy. And they can use a bonus action to basically activate their racial, there's different types of shifters. Some of them are like wolf kind of aspects and some of them are more like cat. So some of them are faster, some of them are stronger, and some of them as a player race have different abilities depending on your ancestry. Well, these 2 guys just seem the standard like wolfish kind of, they land, they roar, they bulk up a little bit, and they kind of, their fingernails and stuff grow longer, and they both charge at Ronan, and they're going to slash at him with daggers and then actually attempt to bite him.
Oh shit.
The first one rolls a 7 and critically fails on the next roll. The next one rolls a 9 but then an 18, and if 18 hits you, it's 3 damage. So
3 damage.
The first one comes forward, slashes with the dagger, tries to bite, and misses. The second one lands right next to you, slashes with the dagger, somehow misses even though he landed right next to you, and then manages to bite a chunk of your shoulder. And it is your turn.
That makes me very angry, and I will rage.
Yeah.
And I accidentally clicked the back button. I'm sorry.
That is all right, fam.
But I am going to attack the guy who bit me.
Okay, that is the one currently between you and Nick. Shit.
Fake high, go low.
You did the thing. You get a nice, good, clean slice across this guy, and he's almost taken aback. Like, we had the element of surprise. Me and my buddy teamed up on you and charged you, and we only got 1 out of 4 attacks in, and you immediately turn around and do that.
Nick, finish him off.
Anything else on your turn?
Nope, I'm gonna stay here.
The Warforged turns around and stabs at the bear. 19 to hit. Uh, 6 damage. And a feel like this is a cocky asshole and he has some shit to yell at you. 1 second. Nope, he actually doesn't. He's just a jerk who wants to murder you. So he's going to scooch up around the bear and get up out of the water and be on the platform. Diveris.
Okay, so surprised by all this, I'm gonna move over towards my buddy Sakan. And again, I'm going to exhale some fire embers and cast firebolt at the shifter standing in the water.
Okay. That hits. 3 fire damage.
For a whopping 3 fire.
The important thing is you hit him.
I do what I can, everyone.
It is the top of the round, so someone roll a d6, please. Ooh, a 6. Someone roll 2d12, please.
Oh, sorry, Nick.
I got 10 and 11 first. So valve 10 is this one, big torrent of water. Valve 11 is this one. So Diveris, like, you move, and the moment that you turn around and go to pop your fireball off, both valves next to you open, and it's just like the biggest wave of dirty, nasty water that you've seen since you entered this room. Like, both valves go off full blast for a solid like 15 seconds. And so throughout this round, since she rolled the 6, it's going to be a persistent bit of terrain there.
Gotcha.
And it's your turn, hon.
Okay, I'll do the thing again. Maybe not.
Yeah, 7 and 10 both miss.
I got really grossed out at the water, so I was distracted.
I love the robot who was a bear was like, ew, gross pool water, ew.
Well, you know. Nick, it's your turn, and you have a guy right in front of you who's facing away from you, who's trying to stab your orky friend.
All right, so which one was the one that the orc attacked? Was it this guy over here or this guy over here?
The one on the platform, not in the water, is the one that stabbed him, so he turned around and stabbed back.
All right,
My bad,
well, I'm
it
going
bit
to,
him.
Disengage as a bonus action back over here.
Okay.
And I'm going to shoot this one with my short bow.
Okay. Dude. Oh.
Nice.
That'll do the thing. Yeah, he did.
So, I see that Ronan kind of took him off balance. So I lead a little bit, and when he kind of recorrects to like snap back up, he just gets an arrow right in the back of the neck. Wah!
Yeah, so from Ronan's point of view, you hit him with the axe and he like buckles over, and you have clear line of sight as Nick scooches back all the way back against the wall, and when the guy stands back up in your face, his eyes go wide, and then he just slumps down.
Smirk and kind of just push him with a finger.
He falls into the water.
And that's my turn.
You just murdered the crap out of his friend, so the next shifter is going to take the disengage action and staying clear of the torrents of water. Even though he's got to pass Nick to do so, Nick seems like less of a threat than the 10-foot wide bear, so he's just going to haul off running.
All right. Well, I can't attack him with my rapier because I have my bow out. But can I give him like a little kick, maybe?
He doesn't actually make it far enough to attack of opportunity. Even with his boosted speed, the difficult terrain means he can only get to there, and he is not smart enough to get up out of the water, move at full speed, and then get back into the water. He just, it's only about a foot of water, but he is kicking dirty water everywhere as he tries to speed power walk against the stream up towards the way that y'all did not come. And it's Ronan's turn.
Seeing this guy attempting to escape, Ronan will charge after him from the platform and try to jump onto his back and grapple him to a halt.
Noise.
Is that just going to be a roll to hit?
Grapple would be an
Athletics,
athletics check versus his athletics or acrobatics, his choice.
Damn.
And he's raging, so he gets advantage.
He's not raging. Oh, yeah. Ronan's raging. Sorry, I thought you meant the other guy. Hang on. I forgot. You can totally just double-click on a token and hold shift and open the sheet and not have to click through 400 journal entries. This guy's going to use his athletic. Oh shit, he crit! So, Ronan, you run and jump and you get your arms around this guy's neck like you piggyback ride, jump on this guy, and he just rolls with it and turns his right shoulder down and kind of, like I said, takes your momentum and just uses it so that you end up actually rolling over the top of him and landing in the square here. You're not like prone or anything, but this is not where you expected things to go when you jumped on this guy.
Nice one, buddy.
Anything else?
No, that'll be it.
The Warforged is going to, seeing that one of the shifters is down and he's taken an asinine amount of damage, he's going to disengage and get 5, 10, 20, 30. So he will get here. And Diveris.
Okay. I'm going to first make eye contact with Sakan to make sure he's watching me. And I'm going to, again, cast Firebolt, but as I do so, I'm going to go, if you betray us. Not much will happen.
Their armor class is actually 12, so you do hit.
Oh. I singe them.
Yeah, they're not like super armored. They're literally just wearing like leather cloaks and stuff. So you do get, like right on the back of the ribs, kind of, based on where you are in relation to him and the fact that he's maybe a foot or 2 foot lower since you're up on the platform. You just catch a nice solid thump into the back of his leather cloak.
Cool.
Also, Sakan is totally like crouched and he still has his arms around his stuff because it's literally his whole life. But just imagine the smallest, tiniest goblin shoved as far as he can into a corner, using the bags to like make himself a pillow fort almost. And he's like peeking out between the two sacks to watch combat. Like he doesn't want to look, but he needs to look so he knows when his next chance to run is. And as the fight has moved closer to him, he has just got himself wedged as far as he can into that frickin' corner. And Bark. Top of the round, someone roll a d6, please. Anybody. 2. Someone roll a d12. 7. Oh man, so close. I was hoping you'd roll a 6 and Nick would get flushed. This one is the valve that fires this round, so nothing of major consequence except there will be water in this square. If you attempt to follow the Warforged, it's going to take 10 whole feet of movement extra to move into that square. Your turn, Bark.
Well, I'll move into the gross water and try and get that guy.
Okay. So that's 5. And then, so that's 20 foot of movement. Yeah, you can make that just fine. But you were, like, as you're swiping this guy, you were totally getting, like, a small torrent of dirty water just right into the matty fur on your left-hand side. Just
I'm gonna get, like,
flush.
hepatitis being in here. This is gross.
I mean... those both hit, and you're going to kill that guy. As he falls down into the water, his little final messenger thing is going to detach, and so it will be in the square next to him. And it's Nick's turn. Oh,
Nick.
sorry. Bark, did you want to move? You have movement speed left. Okay. Sorry, Nick.
Oh, not a problem. Nick's going to disengage back this way. And he's going to make another short bow.
You got this. I have faith.
Oh, maybe he shouldn't have.
Yeah, well, Eberron's not known for faith doing too much. Anything else with your turn?
I'll just call out, if you know what's good for you, you hold there. And let us ask you a few questions.
He's going to keep booking, and he's not even going to disengage this turn because he's going to dash and try to get his full movement. So he will get here. And that's his turn.
Can I opportunity as he runs past?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that totally hits. Roll damage.
I don't think I'm raging anymore because of the not attacking last turn.
I don't think so, but I don't know if the grapple attack counts. I can double check. There's rules in this game.
Yeah, there is.
Allegedly.
It just says you haven't attacked a hostile creature. It does not necessarily specify the attack action. So I will say that a running throat hold grapple attack counts good enough for the sake of this high action pulp adventure.
Cool, so 7 points of damage.
Okay. And it's your turn.
All right, I'll
Tony's
run
getting
after
laggy.
him. And then I will rage attack him again.
Do it.
Nice.
Jesus. Making up for that
Nice.
first combat, huh?
Mm-hmm.
He is actually still alive.
Damn, he's tough. I'll just kind of move around him a little.
Diveris.
Don't worry, I'll singe him to death. I'm going to
That
step
is-
into the water so I have line of sight.
Yep.
And I will do my typical firebolt with the embers from my pipe and critically miss.
Ronan, about 3 inches above your head, a firebolt slams into the brick wall.
It was a good one, too. A lot of damage.
Oh, shit.
Probably doesn't super matter this round, so I'll go ahead and roll.
That
the
was a
D6
warning
and-
shot.
I'll go ahead and roll for the valves. Bark, take your turn.
What?
Take your turn. I'm rolling the valves. Oh, and I rolled a 1. Valves don't do anything this turn. Diveris, there's a large, very smelly, soggy bear charging through the water behind you and making a whole lot of noise.
I would
I
move
can't
out of the way.
actually see anything past this point, so I don't know where anybody is.
That's the whole point of fighting in the dark.
No, but like the bear doesn't have any sight past the torch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it can't see
neither
into the
do
dark.
neither do I.
Oh, okay. Well, then I can't do anything because I can't see anybody.
You want to pick up the torch?
I can't pick up a torch. I'm a bear.
I'll cast dancing lights on my turn.
I just confirmed that a bear does not, in fact, have dark vision. Nick, it's your turn.
All right, yeah, on my turn I'll cast dancing lights, and I'll send them into that chamber so we can see what's going on.
He's over here. Come on.
I don't remember if you have a range on these bad boys, but not going to be.
I think it's pretty sizable, like somewhere between 60 and 120. Let me check.
He's going to 60 feet. He knows damn well that if he doesn't get out of here, he's dead, and that if he doesn't run for it, Ronan is just going to catch him next turn. So he makes a full-on dash, and you get an attack of opportunity.
All right, I'm trying to hamstring him.
That's gonna hit him. This is a portcullis, by the way. These dots across. Yeah, you totally. That's it. He had 3 hit points left.
All right, I was trying to like leave him alive here a little bit.
I'm saying you got him. Like, fight over.
I got him here, guys. Holding him down.
The dancing lights aren't providing light for me, so I'll just move this torch.
Okay, sorry. Stand by. Y'all carry on. Oh, let's see. One little checkbox ruins everything. The worst DM ever.
You're fine.
That was the portcullis down there.
Yeah, it's currently open.
Before leaving the other body, I was going to investigate it for anything of interest.
All right, I'm not looting. What am I doing? Rogue.
The Warforged or the Shifter?
The shifter.
Nothing super that warrants like story impact. Personal belongings, a couple of coins in the coin pouch. He's got a dagger and then like leather armor, but no identification, no like note from the boss saying go murder them guys. Just typical thug.
Okay, I'll take some of his crap and I'll give it to Sakan and be like, your inventory has grown.
Sakan is still just cowering in the corner. But he'll once you hand him the stuff, like he takes it, but he's just sitting there holding it, like still shivering.
I'll move over to Sakan and I'll be like,
See, mate, sometimes hanging out with people can be lucrative, eh?
"Ooh, is that a dancing light?"
Yeah, you can see it now, right?
Yep. I can't move it,
Yep.
but I can see
Stand by. I got you.
A nod to the bear. Like, you want to make sure this guy doesn't, die on us.
Oh, like to heal him? I have to go out of bear form to heal anything.
What exactly do we want from this guy?
I don't know. Why is he here? Where's the thing that they want?
Oh, you think they're part of the Lord of Blades? I thought they were just some sort of bandits. But you're probably onto something.
I mean, I'll kill him if you want.
While these guys are talking, can I double check and make sure nobody's wearing any studded leather armor?
They are not. Like I said, they remember upstairs when you were in the market and there was like just a whole bunch of sewer folk, like dirty, crowding around to be excited about 40 feet of rotting rope for a couple of copper. Like, these two shifters look like those kind of people. Like, this was not an organized hit by trained assassin. This was like, hey man, I'll give you 2 gold if you help me murder some bucks in the sewer.
Yep. Well, I guess I'll see what the Warforged has on him then, since he seems like the most likely to be important.
Okay. He's down in the water right now. It's a foot of water. But if you pull him up or even just bring your lights over, you can see that it's remember, Warforged don't really have like gender, but it's clearly built representative of male. Like it's broader shouldered and squarer face, so it's a male personality, Warforged. And he just has the mark of Karnith on his brow, and Karnith is one of the countries, one of the nations in Eberron. So it's like he belonged to that country during the war. But Warforged, he doesn't have clothes or armor or anything crazy on, and he was attacking with a rapier.
Is his little messenger still there, or is it flown off by now?
It flew off. The bear swatted him down, the messenger detached, and then she turned around and charged back this way, so the messenger basically was able to fly through the grating there and off down the tunnel somewhere.
Damn it. Alright.
And then kind of just fast forwarding for sake of time, y'all are able to wait around and wake this shifter up, and if you interrogate him at all, he's just going to tell you the basics. Like, I don't know, man, somebody offered us money to jump you, and it was worth our time and effort. Mug a few gooks into, mug a few goons down in the sewers. That kind of stuff happens around here all the time, and it was worth the money, so we took the chance. And certainly weren't expecting one of us to end up dead.
Send him on his way.
Really?
Yeah.
What kind of weapons does he have?
He had a dagger, and that was his only weapon. And so did the other guy. Sorry.
All right. Get out of here.
If you let him go, he will take a few steps before turning and running, and as soon as he gets through the portcullis, he's going to flip some lever or something on the wall on the other side, and the portcullis slams closed, separating you and him, and he takes off and disappears into the darkness.
Son of a bitch.
Alright, we'll just let him go, says Deveris. Great job, mate.
You're the one that's quick with his hands.
I wanted to respect your choice.
Yeah, I listen to the smart people.
Look, he's definitely not going to bite us in the ass later on.
I make a weird bear groan.
Speaking of, oh, wait, I see you running away. You little shite. Don't you think you can get away from me? And Nick just starts charging after the goblin.
He immediately like squawks back down on the floor and like huddles his 2 sacks of garbage.
Look, mate, we paid you good money to lead us to this place. You're taking us there, all right?
He's still cowering, but he says, "You paid me to lead you to the valve cluster." And about that time, like one of the valves across from you, like opens and spews water and stuff. And he says, "Clearly at the valve cluster."
We asked you specifically for valve cluster 213.
And this is it. I don't know what you want from me.
You ever see any adamantine down here?
He just shakes his head no.
What's behind that portcullis?
Sewers. It's just all tunnels. You know, there's other sets of pipes and clusters and valves. It's just the bowels of the city. So
Very well. Well, I made the last decision.
Nick kind of goes up to the. He doesn't kind of. He goes up to the goblin and he says,
Right, well, I guess we can let you go then. You've done your side of the job. But I warn you, if we get any other
as soon as you
shifters
say,
jumping us,
"But I warn you," this valve goes
Yeah.
off, and it's like super loud and annoying, and it gushes for like 6 seconds, and then it stops.
Nick waits a beat.
okay, I warn you. If we get any other shifters jumping us because a little goblin friend sent them, I'm coming for you.
And I use minor illusion to make a wah, and I kind of shake my dancing lights.
Don't make me use my globes of destruction.
He's going to cower, and then if you don't stop him, he's going to take his chance and leave.
Yeah, I let him yoink.
And so ends the glorious story of Sakan.
Yep.
That's the big bad of the campaign right there, guys.
Oh, we let him go. Oh no.
This story has now become that goblin rounding up the gang and getting revenge on you jackasses.
So I kind of look at the bear, and I say,
Bark, friend, you mind giving me a little bit of a touch up?
Sure. I'll go back to being Warforged so I can cast a spell.
So there's a group of you just standing here, calf deep in sewage water,
Nice.
hanging out. 10 hit points.
Is that enough?
it will work for now for sure.
Continue,
So
love.
we didn't get any other note other than this valve cluster as far as where to go.
Yeah,
We're looking for a seal.
Yeah, you're looking for a seal on some kind of door somewhere down through this valve cluster. So you come down through the valve cluster. The obvious thing to do would be to continue the one freeway that you have right now, because one has the grate across it and the other has the portcullis closed. So keep an eye out
All right, let's
for
go.
a seal.
And
it's not going to warrant going to a whole nother map, but at some point as you head down this tunnel, the group of you and your torch and glowing orbs, you'll eventually come to, there's a circle metal hatch, probably about 6.5 feet in diameter, set up on the wall in the tunnel, and it is engraved with like finer, more delicate markings than any of the other stuff down here in the sewer. Like, it was very rigid and mechanical style markings on all the valves and stuff, but this seems more delicate and prettier. And this is clearly the thing that Lady Eladrin told you about. Like, this has to be it. because in the middle of the hatch there's a glowing circle, and Deveris has the journal right now. So as he approaches, it starts to light up a little bit, and you see the faint mithril lines that show the same symbol that's on the journal and their rings. The house Canet.
Jackpot.
So like I said, it's a hatch. It's not like a door. It does have a mechanism on it to open. It does have like handle's not the right word, but it does have, imagine that metal wheel you have to turn to unlock a valve in a sewer or whatever. It's got kind of one of those on one side, but the whole thing itself is like a 6 foot across metal manhole cover mounted into the wall.
Alright, I'll check it for traps, I guess. That's investigation.
Yeah, give me an investigation check. You find no traps.
Looks clean to me.
I'll step up and start twisting.
Okay. You give it like what you would consider to be normal amount of pressure to unlock this thing, and it budges the slightest amount, but then doesn't go.
Huh. Might be locked.
One could investigate the locking mechanism, or you could put some elbow grease in to turn in the wheel, or
I'll
take a
take
closer
out my
look.
tools and try.
Okay. Make a thieves' tools dexterity check.
Mhm.
Let me give a drawing so that we can find out where everyone's doing what here. So let's just call that the door. Where's the lights and whatnot?
The lights are around me.
Hun, where are you at with your torch?
I'm in the back, but I can scooch up with the torch.
Okay. Did you make your lockpick check?
Sorry. There'll be this plus the proficiency.
Yeah. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3. Just for the sake of ease, we're gonna say 3 closest. So Nick, Diveris, and Ronan. Make dexterity saves.
Whew. Surprisingly spry.
If I can see it, I have advantage.
Yeah, you'll see it. It'll be coming out of the walls. Acid trap. There are several very small holes all the way around this thing and in the door itself. And when Tricky Fingers Nick here totally biffs it on unlocking the mechanism, just a cloud of, not quite like acid spray the spell, but definitely several small spews of dissolving acid fire out of the wall. And it is DC 15, so Ronan is the only one that takes the full brunt of it, and it is going to be 2d4 damage. Save for half. So 4 to Ronan and 2 to the other 2.
Oh, damn.
That stings.
Sorry, I usually drink before I do this. Ronan, do you want me to try again, or do you want to try and just pull it?
I mean, do you think there's any more acid?
Let me, can I take a closer look at it, or?
Yeah, make a investigation check.
Here we go.
Okay, so you're going to notice 2 things. 1, you see all of the tiny holes around the door that totally resulted in y'all catching a face full of acid. And 2, you notice that the closer you get to it, the more the the script on the wall seems to react. Like when you got close to it, and then you stepped away, and Nick got up there to do Nick things. But as you recoiled from the poison trap, the door got fainter, and then as you walked up to investigate, all of the script started to light up. Not like glowing, but like almost like a dull LED, like the power button on something, not like shining a light.
Right. Step aside. Let me take a look at this, and I will place my hand on the wall or trace any ruins that I see or anything like that. I will touch it in some fashion.
So you touch it, you trace it, David from Prometheus trace along the lines and stuff, and nothing seems to happen.
Maybe the book.
Do
we have the book?
Davers has the book, yeah.
I press the book to the door.
You press the book to the door, and the wheel immediately starts spinning the opposite direction that Ronan had tried to open it, and there's the slight hiss of pressure change, and the door unlocks.
Beautiful.
Well done.
I knew what I was doing. He takes a long drag of his pipe.
So, Ronan, you gonna open the door?
Yep.
So you open the hatch, and it swings outward towards y'all, but as you open it, you realize that you were looking into a vertical shaft that's about 5 feet wide in the wall, and it is pitch black in here. And then you don't even have to lean into the shaft to be able to fill it, but there is not like a gust per se, but constant air pressure. Like if you've ever been in a cave and felt the air heading towards the exits, wind is coming up from below, heading both up higher into higher levels of the tower, and now that this door is open, the wind is coming into this passage that you are all standing in, and you can smell the older, mustier, but definitely cleaner than the sewer you're standing in smell of air coming up.
Is it like sheer, or is there like a ladder?
It is, for lack of a better way of putting it, a vertical pipe about 5 foot in diameter. And if you lean in and look, there's no ladder or anything, but maybe like 45, 50 feet down, it looks like it kind of starts to slope out of sight. Like it is not solid, disappears into nothingness, but right at the edge of your dark vision, you get the sense that you can see the side of the pipe, not that your dark vision's giving out and it's going into darkness.
It's pretty deep, everybody. And looks like we might have some climbing here.
Would you like to take the climber's kit and set up a little rope for us to go down?
Sure, if everybody's good with that.
Sure.
Because I think the Ferris and I are going to need some help with the climbing.
Oh yeah. Some of them more than others.
I got 50 feet of rope, so I'll like hammer a piton into like somewhere here, and then start to climb down.
Okay.
I think the climber's kit has 50 feet of rope in it as well. So
yeah, and
nice
grappling hooks and stuff like that.
Yeah, we can grapple.
But so, like I said, about 40, 45 feet down, the tunnel starts to kind of slant off to one side. So what you end up having is Ronan was climbing down, right?
Yep.
So Ronan, you climb down, and about the time you get to like, okay, my feet are almost where the bottom of the rope is, the tunnel has started to slope in such a manner that like it takes a second, but you can kind of push off with your feet and get your back against the tunnel wall, and then let go with one hand and get that against the wall, and let go with the other hand, and basically your feet are on the slanted floor, and your hands are now all the way across the tunnel touching the far side, and you're mostly upright, but you kind of do this like move a foot, move a hand, move a foot, move a hand, because it's getting more horizontal the deeper you go down, but it starts off super awkward as you swap from rope to standing, not on your tippy toes, but definitely like spreading yourself so that you can put pressure on floor and ceiling and not slide down this slide.
So I lean my head back up the shaft and I shout, It's pretty tough to stand down here.
It's also getting narrower. Like, it's not a full 5 feet anymore, maybe like 4.5. So you have to, once you're horizontal enough that you're not using your arms to keep you up anymore, you kind of have to crunch. Not bad, like not enough to impact you, but definitely like turn your head to one side or shrug your shoulders down a little bit.
I will begin descending with him.
Yeah, I'll
You-
follow him down.
While they're descending, can I reach into my pack? Like, can I get my hands free by maybe like propping my shoulders against the side since I'm over 6 feet tall?
Yeah, so you hit a point where you don't need to use your hands anymore. While you're right there at where the rope is, in order to yell back up to them, you were still using your hands, but maybe like another 10 feet down, it has started to turn into you were using the pipe as a floor. You were no longer in you're in more of a tunnel than a vertical shaft. So it probably takes you, 20 foot out of where you let go of the rope, and you can stand there without any effort. You're on horizontal ground.
All right.
And then everyone else starts to file in behind you.
Yep.
So you're in the tunnel, and once it flattens out, you walk for maybe like 70 feet or so before it kind of turns a little bit to one side. Doesn't matter which, but like it 45s, and then it's about 30 feet before you eventually come to a big open chamber, and we're going to move to another map. Yeah.
Music show.
Everyone's on a new map, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to zoom out.
I've got kind of like darkness going on.
Yeah, stand by. I didn't know who was going to have torches, so I'm adjusting accordingly. I could put your tokens here, but I didn't know who was going to have lights and what. There's a pile of dancing lights. I don't know how many.
That works.
All of them.
So the tunnel opens into this vast chamber, and although it emerges like 5 or 6 feet off the ground, so you're not at floor level with what you see out in front of you. You came out 6 feet up in the air in the wall, and you cannot see any of the walls out in the darkness. But the fact that you can kind of see piles of rubble and ruins of what looks to be like smaller buildings, you get the sense that this is a huge room.
As Diveris moves down, he's feeling slightly more heroic. And he will move towards the front and drop down.
Okay, so you jump down off the ledge and land on solid ground, and give me a second before y'all move too much further. Like I said, there's these gray piles of blocks and rubble. I was very quickly doing this in Photoshop, but it is square cut block, like clearly man-made. And for further clarification, like you're in something that's man-made, like you're in this tower, so these walls aren't like cave walls so much as they've been carved out of this rock structure when Sharn was originally being built. So these are like not the ruin of a wall per se so much as stacks of old blocks, and then this is a solid wall of the tower itself. Makes sense?
Mm-hmm.
Also, as you exit the tunnel, you can feel that the air pressure kind of ease off, and you, like I said, you get the feeling that this is a huge room. And let's go ahead and get perception checks all around.
I can't move the torch.
Them damn torches. Oh, it's like glitched into the wall.
And
some
be
reason-
sure to bring your HP back down to where it should be. I hate to be that guy.
No, I just noticed that mine had reset somehow.
Probably
But I
an issue
fixed
with
it.
changing maps. See if you can move that torch.
Perception check.
Yep.
I think what happened is I put tokens on every map, and then we had changes to the party and to dark vision and stuff like that, and I changed the token on the map y'all started on, but I did not change the ones that was tied to the sheet. So these are the original tokens I built. But hey, roll 20. I got a 10, a 9, a 5, and a 21 for perception. Okay. So the moment that y'all like jump down, especially Ronan and Bark, a 6-foot drop, it's not a loud noise, but you hear the noise of y'all landing on this floor and beginning to kind of shuffle around with your packs of adventuring gear and stuff, echo out across this chamber. And then you realize that from that echo, there's a slow, lower noise that kind of starts building, and then it's rising, and you realize it's coming from all of the walls and the piles of blocks around you. And it takes a moment, but it kind of reminds you of like the sound of chittering insects in the King's Forest, except all of the hard angles and piles of blocks and stuff of this space make it echo all really weird and be 10 times as disturbing. And then with his perception check, Mr. Diveris is the one that sees this. A dark carpet slides across the dusty floor and along the blocks and walls towards you. No, not a carpet. It's a mass of squirming, chittering, and shiny black beetles that swarm towards you. And I need everyone to roll initiative once I get the thing up. Yep, roll initiative.
Oof.
Can't tell if the music is too loud or not.
It sounds alright.
Good on my end.
People in the streamosphere, is it good? Our music is good. Cool.
Music is good, according to chat. Diveris, you were up first. You got one mass of beetles coming across these blocks, and one kind of crawling along the floor and wall up here.
Okay. I'm gonna do what I always do and exhale the embers and fire a firebolt at the one on the top of the screen.
Okay.
Going to miss terribly, but then I'm going to slink back down and move behind the muscle.
That makes sense.
And then
Your
I'm
firebolt,
gonna nudge Nick in the ribs.
your firebolt streaks off into the darkness, and it kind of casually illuminates stuff as it flies through, and it eventually hits the wall. You would call it probably 70 feet off into the darkness that way. You see that there's a wall right around where the top of the screen is, and then it poofs into blackness. Bark!
Okay. I'll do produce flame and see what happens.
Okay, you summon an orb of fire in your hand. Do you also want to throw it?
Yes, at all the beetles. That's gross.
Top of the screen or bottom of the screen beetles?
Top.
Okay. 6
Ooh.
fire damage. Let me see if they are weak to fire. They actually are not. But it's a swarm, so you don't just do damage, like you burn like a path through several, probably a dozen or so beetles are all just lit on fire and curl up, flip over onto their backs, and their legs do that dead spider thing as they all burn to a crisp, and then more beetles kind of swarm in to fill that gap, and they keep moving towards you. And unless you got any movement, it's Ronan.
Nope, I'll stay here.
I'll step forward. How tall are these kind of walls here?
So again, it's not a wall so much as almost like the side of the pyramids, kind of stacking of blocks. So not so much so that you would have to make athletics to climb up them, but you can step on a lower one to step up and up. So it's elevation gain, but it's not hard.
Gotcha. I guess I'll step to here and attack these beetles.
Okay. That hits. Oh. Okay. So it's just stack of blocks, and these beetles are swarming down the steps towards you, and you just take your axe and get a nice, good, clean swipe across the top of one of the blocks, maybe chest height for you, but the fact that they're all right across the top of this block means that you're able to just slice through probably 2 or 3 dozen beetles in one good cleaving swing as they kind of waterfall over the ledges down towards you.
These guys look kind of tasty, actually.
Nick.
I can roast a few for you.
All right, with my bonus action, I'm going to remove my dancing lights. We get just a little bit. And with my movement, I'm going to hop back up onto the platform so I get line of sight on everybody, and I'm going to shoot at the guys.
Okay. I like that as soon as you hopped up, there's the noise of rocks falling in the music.
Perfect. That worked. Let me try again.
I got nothing on this end.
Oh.
I have faith in you. You can do it. Click the button.
Okay. Now I know what's happening. Sorry.
The music is building up quite fantastically for this amazing roll.
Better hit.
For this miss.
A 10 is a miss, sir, even on a swarm of beetles.
Alright, that'll be my turn.
Okay, first swarm of... Go ahead.
Just for future reference, are the beetles immune to sneak attack damage?
I see nothing that would indicate that.
Okay, cool.
The ones on the bottom of the screen get to go first, and the first thing they do is they move into Ronan's space and begin to swarm all over him. And they are bloodied. Does a 7 hit you, sir?
A 7 does not hit.
Well, that's going to be a miss, and this group got a 20-foot movement speed, so they will make it to Bark and attack her. Him, it. Does a 20 hit you, Bark?
Yes.
You take 9 piercing damage as beetles totally, that scene from The Mummy, begin to swarm over you and bite you all over.
Ew.
And top of the round.
Okay. I'm going to use my action to disengage.
Okay.
And I'm going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And that's pretty much all I can do because I don't have any bonuses. But I'm going to just yell obscenities of encouragement.
Got it. Obscenities of Encouragement's the name of my new rap album. Bark.
So I'm covered in beetles, correct?
You are every cartoon animation ever where a guy gets covered in bugs, like swarming up from their feet. Like, you know that scene where Bender throws the bug bomb in Zoidberg's dumpster and then the roaches all come running out and crawl up into him? That's what's happening to you right now.
Okay, that's good to know. I guess I will just be a bear and squish him.
Okay. She likes the bear shape, y'all.
I'm interested to see how this works.
Go ahead and make your bite and claw attacks. Also, the torch drops to the ground. Both hit. It is a magical scene. This bear is doing everything you can imagine a bear covered in beetles does. So like it swipes a big handful off itself, it turns around and takes a big bite full of beetles off of its shoulder. It literally sits down on the floor, crushing another 24, and like is just like dog trying to get something off of its back, attacking everything around it. And in a few seconds, she is able to basically kill enough beetles that they all kind of dissipate and start spreading out across the chamber and burrow into the ground and walls around her, and that swarm is gone.
I have a very important question.
Yes.
So in the tunnel, I was covered in disgusting sewer water, and then I became a robot, and now I'm back to being a bear. Am I now covered in disgusting sewer water and bug guts?
I fully expected you to ask earlier if shifting would clean you off, but then we got distracted. You are a pristine bear who is now dirty again.
So I'm just covered in bug guts then. That's
Yeah,
all I have. Okay.
You were a disgusting bear, you turned back into a robot, so you had like a foot of dirty water along your feet, like marks and stuff, and so you were mostly clean. You turned into a perfectly clean bear and then rolled around in bugs.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Ronan, you have beetles in your underwear.
Damn. I'm gonna try to move first. Does it work?
Sure.
Alright, taking the flat part of my great axe, I'm just gonna try to smash these guys.
Hit. Still alive.
These little buggers are still at me.
Nick.
All right, so is Ronan out of the Beatles square?
Mostly, yeah.
All right, well then I'll try and shoot at the Beatles.
Okay. These things and their
I had
damn
a whole
damage.
plan put in place where I was going to try and use a blanket from my kit to like beat them off, but it looks like this is
Are
going
we
to be
not doing
fine.
phrasing anymore?
Ooh.
Ooh. I cannot think of any reason you would have advantage on, unfortunately.
No.
Yeah, so that's
I mean,
gonna
to
be
be
a
honest,
miss.
a bow and arrow isn't exactly the best beetle fighting weapon.
Yeah, they technically have damage resistant and stuff like that, but I'm not trying to like ramp up the importance of the beetle fight as we approach the end of this adventure. I'm just trying to hit you with a few bites here and there before I let you go do cool stuff. The beetles move into your space again, Ronan, and they crit you for 9 piercing damage as you were just swarmed in bites and attacks.
Oh.
Owie.
Diveris, the orc is getting munched.
Diveris winces in pain as he sees his ally get covered and swarmed. Do I have the sense that I can hit the beetles without hitting them with my firebolt, or no?
So again, like, think about this. If you were standing in the room, not all of the beetles are all on Ronan. So they're one token, but it is a huge blanket of stuff. So there is still more of them pouring down the steps and stuff like that. And you saw that when the bear killed a good chunk of the swarm, the rest started scattering. So you feel like even though they're getting a snack, like if the hive feels game over, they'll dissipate.
Okay, so I'll aim a firebolt towards the one that are sort of moving in and gathering towards Ronan's feet with my ember.
For you. 15 hits and 8 damage will scorch off enough in and around the Ronin vector to bring you guys out of combat.
Thank you, Diveris.
I roasted some for you.
Much appreciated.
So yeah, you guys are down deep into Dorasharn Tower. Huge, massive room, old ruins, stale, musty smell, but like not old air. Like with the wind and stuff that y'all felt coming down the tube, like air moves through here, so it's not been a sealed off room. But huge, open, echoey space, especially the sounds of that combat and everything echoing out across this area.
I guess I'll chug my healing potion to keep going.
Point of clarification, who has the one that we bought collectively?
Guess it's you, fam.
Anybody?
Yeah, I mean, whoever wants to have it.
I
think Nick swiped the gold, so I assumed Nick had everything.
All right, sure. Yeah, I have the healing potion too.
That works. That makes sense. He's a rogue. He's the quickest.
I'll hand you the other healing potion, Ronan. I'll be like, seem to be taking the brunt of the hits for us when Warforged aren't jumping out from under bridges or up out of pipes. So yeah, take this. You might need it later.
Thank you, friend. I appreciate it.
Diveris will exhale a bit of smoke and then use Minor Illusion to make it look like a small green dragon is flying, and he'll move in this direction with kind of the small Minor Illusion dragon leading the way.
Okay.
I'll keep my dancing lights in this little pattern here.
Point
Does
of
someone want to take the torch?
Yeah, I was going to say, point of clarification, the torch back there is totally on the ground. Someone needs to carry it, or the bear needs it in its mouth.
I'll grab the torch.
Okay.
And
Well...
dispel the dancing lights.
Okay. Perception checks from the group, just for me to use moving forward. Ooh. We're gonna have Nick and Diveris see this, and Bear smell this, and then see, as y'all start to kind of round this group of blocks here, you see a shape probably a little smaller than a dog kind of skitter through here, and then another skitter back this way. So something is moving over this way. You hear the sounds and see shadows dancing in your torchlight. What do you do?
I will inform the rest of the group that there are shadows moving about.
I think I should climb up here.
I'm gonna drop the torch in this area. I'm gonna drop the torch and I'm going to try and climb up the. I'll follow him, and once we get into the dimmer light, I'll try and stealth.
Okay. Let me swap over so I can see Ronan's view. Yeah, so you kind of clamber up a couple of the blocks, and it's firelight from the torch, so it's kind of flickering and changes, but eventually the light illuminates, and you see, like, again, small dog, but huge for a rat-sized rat, kind of just mulling around and poking through some of the blocks and doing general rat in an underground cave kind of things. Hasn't taken notice of you too much, but just scampering about, and like not a normal rat. Like it's a big, gross-looking rat.
Snap and get the attention of the rest of the group. Kind of motion ahead.
Think it's gonna bother us any?
Might leave us alone.
Just keeps doing rat things.
15, 20, 25.
You said you
30.
dispelled the dancing lights?
Yeah, they're gone.
Okay, I'm gonna just keep them right here so I don't have to redo them.
I'll find them later, yeah.
Yep.
We'll keep moving.
Okay. Ronan and Deveris with your dark vision as y'all come through here. Let's get just general stealth checks from the party so I know how much noise you're making. But Ronan and Deveris, you see this set of walls isn't a pile of blocks like the other stuff. Like, they're actual walls. They're decrepit and mostly ruined, but enough that there's still a roof on this structure almost.
I don't have stealth on the bear sheet, but I can just roll dex.
Yeah, just click Dex.
Have we seen any sort of sigils or anything?
Nope. It's all been blocks and just, old abandoned metal and stone up to this point. Y'all kind of sauntered through here. Mostly since Ronan and Deveris were out front, they catch notice, like the rat notices, but it's one rat and four of y'all, and rat's not dumb, and so it kind of just leaks off into the darkness and keeps doing rat things down there. You hear it chewing on stuff in the darkness.
I guess we're splitting up.
This tunnel appears to lead to the left. I don't know.
So let me, Ronan, this is not tunnel per se. Stack of blocks, wall of a building. So it's just a space in between a pile and a wall. It doesn't go to the ceiling. The stack is maybe 10 feet tall at its highest point, and the wall maybe 6, 7, 8 feet before the ruined roof of this building. Not a complete roof, but like the rafters and stuff remain. You can see it though. And I have a small description here for you. The outer walls of this structure suggest that it was once a temple, and ancient symbols are worked into the columns and supports along its walls. A serene calm seems to lay around the structure, and you don't see any signs of that the beetles or rats had been here. Like the dirt is mostly undisturbed. You don't see any tracks.
I don't know if we're gonna have enough time, but as everyone's kind of milling about and investigating, I'm going to begin ritually casting Detect Magic as I draw a bunch of symbols in the sand. But if it looks like people are gonna move on, then I'll just stop.
I'll take a second to roll Arcana on these symbols.
Religion check.
Oh, well, that probably won't be very good, but we'll try it.
Meh. Good enough.
Better than your con.
Yeah. So, two things for you. Davaris, at the very edges of your vision, you can start seeing another building down there. I can't tell if you can see it, but there's another building down this way. But as you spend a moment kind of checking out the symbols and stuff here, you recognize the symbol for Onatar, which is the sovereign of the forge and flame. So it's a temple, it's a church, it's religious in nature, and Onatar is revered by like smiths and craftsmen and artificers, dwarves. Your classic like dwarf god kind of god from Forgotten Realms, except not necessarily tied to a specific race here in Eberron, but a lot of dwarfs and Warforged follow, the Lord of Smiths, of course.
Did we ever? I don't think we ever actually okayed the key ring of cheap religious symbols.
Oh yeah, no, sorry, I didn't give you an answer on that. Yeah, Nick's totally got that like movie trope necklace of holy symbols that do absolutely nothing for him or for the gods.
He just pulls out the right one and puts the rest back into his shirt.
And then Ronan, as you walk in there, like I said, it's like super calm and really mellow here, like peaceful. Even though it was kind of spooky and echoey and stuff out in the chamber itself, like there's still just the faintest bit of reverence about this place. Inside, nothing too crazy. Not much of the building is left. It looks like this place had been abandoned and they took stuff with them, but it not like in the sense that it was looted or burned down or anything. It looks like people moved on and time has done all of this damage.
Might be a good place to take a short rest.
I was kind of thinking the same thing, but I'd kind of like to investigate a little bit, see if they left anything of use.
Sure, you can give an investigation check.
I'll aid him.
Sure.
Nice.
There you go. Not bad for a -1. Nothing too crazy. Like, you don't find relics or artifacts or potions or anything, but you are able to basically work out where the altar would have been in here. You're fairly certain that the walls and roof are sturdy enough that you don't have to worry about them collapsing while y'all are standing in this building. And it, like you said, it seems like a legit place to kind of like bed down if you needed to. And the dirt and stuff here does not have any rat droppings or beetle footprints or anything crazy. Like, it seems like the animals knew better than to be here. Like, this place is protected and holy.
Hey, Davaris, you want to join us? And maybe we'll take a short rest here.
One moment, I'm almost done. And he is continuing to draw his arcane symbols in the sand, or finishing up detect magic.
All right, I'll keep a watch with him.
What's the range on that?
30 feet.
Yeah, you get nothing.
Okay, so I will, I've got a bit of a radar going, so I'm going to meander first this way.
Okay.
I'll peek my head out and see where they're going.
So heading off into the gloom, you see Ronan and Davaris kind of heading southeast. I clicked on the torch instead of Nick. Stand by. Yeah, just at the faintest edges of your vision, the like flames flicker every once in a while. You can see another building over that way. Ronan and Davaris, you see a squat's not quite the right word. It's maybe 10, 15 feet tall, all things said, flat roof, intact building. Like the walls are not ruined like the temple is. Completely intact walls, and the front has a huge set of double doors that are closed.
Tavares takes a long drag of his pipe, lets it go, and then goes, that looks promising.
And note that all of these rocks and stuff around here, they're not just like small rocks on the ground. Some of them are 4 or 5 feet tall boulders. Some of them are just rubble, but you cannot move into spaces that have these rocks in them. Like, that's the degree of rubble we're talking for any of this stuff.
Okay. Well, I don't appear to be detecting anything of an arcane nature, so if you like, we can all go back and take a short breather.
All right.
Cool.
Sure. And then you can always cast it again, right?
I can. As long as I have my tobacco.
Roll hit die and any of the things that you need to do for your short rest, and nothing interrupts you while you're hunkered down in the temple for an hour.
So I'll drop out of bear form since it'll
You get
drop
it back,
anyway
yeah.
after an hour, yeah.
And then
Question, if I took damage as a Warforged, became a bear, now I'm back to being a Warforged, do I get my hit points back automatically, or do I need
No,
to
so
heal?
you, the person, the Warforged, take damage independently of the bear. So if you, the
Okay.
Warforged, took 2 damage and you turn into the bear's at full hit points. When you drop back out, you are minus 2 hit points as the Warforged. And if you transform into a wolf, the wolf is at full hit points. And then you turn back into a Warforged and you have minus 2 hit points.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to double check that I was doing that correctly.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah. Short rest without a hitch. So, what do you do?
Well, shall we move towards the building? And as we do so, I will recast Detect Magic as we move there.
Yeah, so you can use like the last 10 minutes of the rest or whatever to get it going, so it's going as you set off. Like, you can time it to
Cool.
like, okay, spell finishes, let's go.
Right. Perfect.
Are you a Warforged or are you a bear?
I think I am currently back to being my Warforged self, so let me go grab him.
Oh, yeah, I can do that if you don't. Okay, you got him.
If you want to carry the torch, I'll go back to my dancing alliance again.
So I can't see anything around him, and he's stuck in a hole.
You stuck him in the wall. Good job.
I can't see anything!
I'm just gonna let y'all move. I'll stop trying to help.
Sorry.
Alright. Ronan, Davaris, Bark when you get here, Nick after you finish haloing yourself. Tucked away in this corner of the chamber is a roughly 12-foot tall building that stands independent of the surrounding tower walls. Unlike the others, this structure's walls seem to be entirely intact, and a pair of large doors bar the way inside. They appear to be made of adamantine and bear the same symbol as Bonal's journal.
The music got really loud when we found this place. Seems important.
Tavares will move towards the door, pulling out the book, gives his companions a quick look, and then puts the book to the door.
Nick readies his bow just in case anything pops out.
Okay. Davaris, you note that as you get closer, these inscriptions, the symbol, the hammer and forge, don't seem to react the same way that the valve door up top did. And you know, you pull up the book and you press it square against the door, and nothing happens.
Okay. Do I see any arcane symbols that would indicate a lock or an arcane trap, for example?
Even without an investigation roll, you can spend a moment and not find anything.
Okay.
I'll see if I can find a lock to stick a thieves tool in.
Well,
If it goes as
Nick,
well
you're
or
up.
not. I kind of
Okay.
just push everyone. Get out of the way, just in case. I'll investigate the door for traps.
Sure. Investigation check and a thieves tool check. You detect no traps. You find what you think might work, and you kind of work at it a second with your thieves tools, and you're fairly certain, and you give the door a push, and nothing happens.
Maybe Nick needs to change professions.
Yeah, he's clearly the face of this group. Didn't you see all the negotiating?
Hey, there's a couple paths that lead maybe behind. Should we check those out?
Sure, yeah.
Lead the way, my friend.
Ronan, as you move around, you realize the building is over here, and you're
Right.
just getting back over to the rubble over here.
There's a whole nother path that leads down and to the other way, this way.
Let's follow around the building to see if we can't find another sneaky hole. Nick's gonna see if he can find like a part of the wall that's broken down or something.
And then I know
Lots of
there's
rubble
rocks.
here.
Yeah, I know there's rocks here, but you could forcibly squeeze around if you were so inclined. Ronan, I'm going to move you real quick. You can
Sure.
see all the way down this side, and so there's not another door. What you got is stone walls. You don't think it would be too much of an effort to just find a good spot where there's outcroppings and try to climb up, or you could start from one of the areas where this rubble is and kind of shimmy up onto the rubble and start from there. But up is an option, through is an option, but not another door.
Yeah, I was gonna say we could climb up here pretty easily.
You can.
Let's try it.
Sure, I'll climb the rubble and jump up.
Sure, easy. There's a dynamic lighting wall here, so things are going to be weird for you, but that work?
Yeah, there seems to be an opening up here, boys. I'll let down a rope.
It's only like 12 feet, and with the rubble and stuff, reaching down with your hand would totally be enough that you wouldn't need to, like, be super crazy with rope. You can totally do rope. I'm just letting you know that, like, if you bent down and reached down and somebody was standing on the rocks and reached up, like, Ronan's buff enough that he could pull everyone except for maybe save the Warforged easily enough.
I wasn't gonna say it, but that's who I was worried about.
And then let me go ahead and ditch this dynamic lighting wall for y'all. There's a fancy script you can do to set an area that allows like one-way mirror kind of dynamic lighting, but I messed around with it for like 5 minutes and was like, too complicated, I'll just delete.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the group of you clamber up onto the top of this building. The roof is well made, like you're not worried that you're going to step on a wrong piece and fall through, because it is stone, unlike the wooden roof of the temple. This is stone, but there is a maybe 3 foot wide hole in the northeastern corner. 3 foot wide at maybe its widest point, and about 10 feet long total, where the roof appears to have collapsed into the building below.
I have an extra torch in my pack. I'll just quickly light it and
I
drop
can
it
send
down.
the lights down.
Or that works too.
You don't have to waste your torch. I'll send the lights down. Hope
Okay.
that was all of it.
You got this. I have faith. What you see is gonna be kind of dependent on where you're standing, I guess. So let me know where everyone's standing around this hole.
I'll stand near the edge and peek down.
So the pile of rubble is not enough where it comes all the way up to you, but there's very clearly all of the collapsed roof pieces directly under this hole, and so you would not be falling the full 12 feet to the ground. It's maybe 5-6 feet worth of rubble, so you could do the like swing over the edge and drop onto the pile. Nick, where you're standing, the light illuminates just enough that you can kind of see the interior of the front double doors, and they are barred closed by a mechanism. And Bark, you can kind of just see the eastern wall, and it's all, there's a couple of shelves, but a lot of it seems crushed and destroyed from the piece of the roof that fell in. Ronan and Davaris, where you're standing, you can just see the corner of this room, and like I said, it's just destroyed from where the roof fell onto several wooden shelves and other stuff.
Well, I could drop down, but how do I get back up?
I'll take my rope out, and if I could borrow one of your pythons, I could hammer it through.
That works for me.
The Nick. Conk.
Okay, so Nick hammers the python into the roof, and loops the rope through and everything, and chucks it into the hole, right? Yes?
Yep, and I'll drop down.
Okay. So, movie scene. Camera moves to inside this building. Ronan, with the rope, over the edge and falls and lands, a small poof of dust as he lands on top of this pile that's just been here for eons. And Ronan, what you see is the inside of this building is a large single room. It's about 30 feet wide and 45 feet long. The large portion of the ceiling has fallen in, which is what you're currently standing on top of. And it's crushed cabinets and shelves and all kinds of other stuff. But among all of the debris crushed underneath the pile, you see what appears to be the remains of like a metal dog, like Mastiff or Rottweiler sized full dog, metal dog, crushed under a large rock at the bottom of this pile. And then there are dusty shelves that are still intact all the way down the western wall till about 10 feet from the southern wall. And the southern wall is a combination of a huge forge and furnace. Like that entire wall is one big forge crafting area down south.
Well, some sort of metal dog down here. You might want to come down.
Right as you start to walk down off of the pile, there's a noise from the southern side of the room, and from around the corners of the giant forge, two pairs of glowing eyes emerge out from under the tables, and two of those
Come
metal
down.
dogs are walking right towards you, and we're going to roll initiative.
Come down.
It is like, that slow circle of a wolf like approaching a target. That's what's happening.
I totally jump down in like an hour when it's my turn.
Okay. I was too lazy to make an interior map to this building, so there's not much here. It is just shelves on this wall, furnace on this wall, and then about the 10 feet or so in front of the furnace is all metal plating, like where one would stand to work at the furnace. I did not program token actions on these tokens. And they're going to go last. Ronan, it's going to be your turn, but let me refill my water real quick. I've been doing a lot of talking, and my voice is getting scratchy. So plan your dog murdering ways. I'll be right back.
Right, so here's the plan. I'm going to change it up this time, and I'm going to do a bolt of fire rather than a firebolt.
I think I might have to.
Are you guys getting a lot
Rage.
of room noise from me?
Did you get your rages back after the rest?
I think they're long rest.
I think you're right. I don't
I
remember.
believe so as well.
It's okay. I got all my wild shapes back, so I can be a bear or a wolf or what have you.
My
That
cower
will be good.
my cower power is still intact, so we have that.
I'm back. Did Ronan kill the dog?
Not yet.
Totally. Totally.
Single-handedly.
Ronan, it's your turn.
But he did feel a little bit of fear, and that fear just for a moment drives him into a bloodthirsty rage.
I hate to break it to you, but they have no blood.
A oil thirsty rage, and he's gonna come after this guy.
How many times have you raged today?
This will be number 2, I believe, since the long rest. I did not rage against the beetles.
Okay. You rage, you swing, you hit. You do lots of damage. Wow, I typed the wrong number. Solid hit, like bits of metal go skittering across the floor, and if this thing could whimper, it would have, in that, like, you kicked a dog right in the side kind of impact.
They have red eyes, don't blame me.
Anything else?
That'll be it.
Bark.
Alright, I will. Oh, I'm not in the room yet, huh? I'll jump down the
Yeah.
hole.
You land atop the pile of rubble with your torch in hand.
And I'll go back to being a bear. Oh, I'll also I'll like toss the torch like into the room a little and then be a bear. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, way to fail. Sorry about that, guys. It would have been
What?
Nick's turn, technically. She hasn't attacked
That's
yet.
all right.
No, I just got the attacks.
It's okay, just save him for later. He can go.
Yep, Nick, take your turn.
Right, so Nick's gonna slide down the rope. He's gonna... Is there any rubble in this area that could provide kind of good cover?
You have a giant pile directly behind that. Where it's black on the map, that's where the pile is. So were you to land and then go to the north side of the pile, you would have a line of sight broken between you and that dog directly south, and could lean out and shoot either dog.
Alright, so yeah, I will lean out here, shoot the dog that just got stabbed in the stabbed face.
Okay. Tiny bear. Shoot the thing. No. Roll a d100 and do not roll lower than a 30.
Then what?
Roll /r space 1d100.
Okay. Sorry. Oh.
You got
Is
this,
it
man.
/R? Or
Slash.
R/?
/r space 1d100.
Okay.
Yeah, you're fine. You totally don't shoot your friend in the back.
Nice.
Anything else?
That will be... Oh, I still have my bonus action. I will attempt to hide.
Okay.
Coward powers activate.
Does an 18 hit you, Ronan?
Yes, it does.
Make a strength saving throw for me, please.
Alrighty, one moment.
Yeah, this thing chomps down on your ankle and immediately like jerks its head and rips in a way that your feet are ripped out from underneath you and you fall prone in front of this dog, and it is just nomming on the lower part of your leg.
That's fun.
You take 9 piercing damage. Remember, the rage reduces. The other dog, seeing that you are down and a easy target, is going to scamper on over and bite you at advantage. 22 to hit for 7 piercing damage.
Alrighty.
Davaris, there is a lot of noises coming down from inside that building.
So Davaris will lie down prone and just stick his head down underneath to see what's happening. His dreadlocks hanging down, upside down. And can I extend a hand and fire a fireball, or do I have to get into the room?
I am totally ruler cool enough that you can ceiling cat your ass into this room and pew a fireball.
I love it.
I'm just gonna hang upside down. And in fact, I invert my pipe so it's the proper way, and I probably miss.
That is in fact a miss, but it looked cool.
Sorry, everything's all wonky doodle at this angle.
Should have taken a left turn at Albuquerque. Alright, hun, you get your turn now. You turn into a bear. You rush over to help your friend. And it was a 19 to hit and a 17 to hit, both which hit. 7 plus 11, 18 damage. You almost totally murder one dog in that attack. It is like barely alive, like sparks and limping. Anything else?
Nope.
Alright, and is this thing still grappling me, or?
Thematically, it is still biting you and shaking its head. Mechanically, you can stand up.
Okay, I'll stand up and then I'll swing at the one who's practically dead, or sparks just coming.
Okay. Hit. Dead.
Nice.
Then I'll turn and just give the other one a good snarl.
Nick, there's a giant bear standing over the corpse of a dog, an angry orc roaring at the other dog.
Alright, I'm not sure how much movement I have in this space, but can I move through the bear space to get, like, here?
Yeah.
and I'll take a shot with the short bow.
Do it.
There we go.
There you go, and you get that sneak attack.
9 damage.
It only had 7 hit points left. Dead.
Thunk.
The dog sputters and collapses and like powers down. It's not like a robot. It's, you know, an animated thing, but you clearly see it stop twitching, and you find yourselves in the foundry building. There are shelves all along the wall here. And then, like I said, the bottom 10 feet. So this dog is basically as far south in this room as you can really go. The final row of squares is the forge and crafting area itself. And then there are 10 feet of metal plates on the ground, like as the work area. I will draw on the map for you.
Diveris will crawl into the room.
Can I move up to this dog? And can I use... I don't know what I would roll for this. If it would be Arcana, or if I'd use my Alchemist kit to try and see if anything on this dog would interest my gnome friend.
Make an investigation check and
Alright.
an Arcana check. Okay, so you're fairly certain you've given it a good once-over. You don't see any, like, magical pieces and parts or anything crazy. Like, there's not a lot of scrap metal. It's kind of like the Dead Warforged. It's a construct. Like, it's not a robot where you can rip wiring and stuff out of. It's an entity that has been crafted, given life, and has now been beat to death. But the one you're looking at, you notice kind of right where would be its forehead, is a triangle mark. Like, almost, not quite like a super big indentation or carving, but just a faint mark of a triangle.
Interesting. Does this mark mean anything to you, Diveris?
A point of order. Has it been 10 minutes since we left our short rest?
We're going to put it right about at 10 minutes, yeah. Probably about the time you got in here, it would have fallen off.
Okay. I don't know. Mike, the player, has some vague memory that the woman in the blue cloak told us something about this, but Diveris doesn't remember anything. I don't know if Diveris remembered.
The thing that you were looking for is a fist-sized piece of adamantine in the shape of a 7-pointed star.
Okay.
Is the forge closed door?
It's kind of a big mishmash of everything. So there's almost like a kiln area where you can put stuff in and close the door, but then there's also open flame work area, and then the bench and stuff along past the side. So this is not like a single blacksmith guy trying to make a living. This is his forge. Like, this is clearly a foundry built for like everyday mass production, as much stuff as they can crank out.
Yeah, Ronan will throw open the doors of the kiln.
Just give me an investigation check or a perception check in general that I can work with.
Yeah, I'll start looking around the room as well.
Sure, perceptions or investigations for anyone kind of like poking around. And then let me know whether you're just kind of doing like a quick skim or whether you're actively searching specific places. And what you got to work with here is the big forge and work table area, and then the pile of rubble with the dead dog under it, the 2 dogs themselves, and then shelves and not just built on the wall. There's shelves that jut out from the wall and stuff too, because it's a shop, and they're mostly empty. But there is kind of stuff scattered here and there on the shelves.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at the shelves.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to go in the order that everyone rolled. Ronan, you're at the forge first, and you're making a general perception check. Nothing in the forge itself, but you notice right above the doors that you open, the two metal doors, as you bend down and look in and go, oh, there's nothing there, and go to stand back up, right above the doors, there are 3 indents. Not like big, but almost like trays almost, where something could set. And in them are, in this order, triangle, square, and pentagon.
Interesting.
And sorry, I read that wrong. It's pentagon, triangle, square. So your leftmost indent is a 5-sided shape, and then the standard triangle, and then just a square. And you ever seen like a smart board where it has like the little things where the markers click in at the bottom? It's kind of like that, like not a hole, just enough of a divot that you could set something there.
So look for pentagon, triangle, and square shapes around here.
Nick, you were at the shelves and you got a crit, so I have some information for you. Scattered about the room is various kind of stuff. There's smithing tools, buckets, and that kind of stuff. But with your crit, as you spend probably the next minute-ish or so poking around, there is a steel shield on the work table. There is a long sword on one of the shelves wrapped in like an ancient oilcloth. You uncover a suit of scale mail, and then a mace that has a really long handle. And then I got 2 other things that I'm going to whisper to you. So that'll be in just a second, but I'm going to keep going down the list. Diveris, what were you doing?
I was going to help around the forge area. Particularly, like, I know there was do I see the indentations that Ronan saw?
Yeah. So
okay.
about the time that he's going to find them, you're going to find them as well. And there's 3 indents there, and then the stuff that was on the table, the longsword and the shield are on the table forge adjacent, and it doesn't take like super searching to find them.
Okay, and if I remember correctly, there was a triangle shape on the actual dog?
On the dog's forehead.
Okay, I want to go check the 2 dogs and then the one that was underneath the rubble to see if I can find the 3 shapes.
The 2 dogs that y'all killed each have a shape on them. One is triangle, one is square. The other dog, like its legs and hindquarters are sticking out, but it has a giant rock on it. So you kind of like roll a rock off of it, and then it has a pentagon shape on its head.
I think I found the keys, so to speak. I will bring them back to Ronan.
Your 17 investigation is enough that, so you look around for some kind of mechanism on the dogs, and the shapes themselves, like I said, are almost carved into the metal of the dog's forehead, so there's not a way to pull the shape off. But when you touch it,
I see.
It kind of hisses, isn't quite the right word, but it extends, and it is a rod shaped like, one is shaped like a triangle column, and one is a pentagon, and one is a square. So they're about 6 inches long a piece, and you have 3 almost like python weight and heft rods.
Cool. I will bring those back to Ronan.
Well, I may need a third hand here to touch them all.
Okay. I will hand... Oh, well, I guess Bark is still a bear. All right, I'll do it.
I'll extend my paw.
If you want to take it, I'll hand it to you.
Sure. I'll gently pick it up with my mouth.
I'll move out of the way.
Okay, who has what rod and where are you standing?
I'll take pentagon and triangle rods, and I'll stand, I guess, on one side of the doors.
Sure. I'm gonna put just a marker. The area is right here. So in that square, you would be standing square in front of. It's a divot, like 2 or 3 inches, a divot, 2 or 3 inches, and another divot. So maybe as wide as your shoulders, all 3 divots, same level, right across the top of these doors.
Well, squeeze in.
Anybody?
Yeah, I'll help him. After I yoink that stuff that you sent to me.
Why you gotta give away my secrets, man?
So I'll touch the pentagon first, like leftmost.
Okay, let me scroll back up here. So remember, it's pentagon on left, triangle in middle, and square on right. And you take the pentagon rod and put it in the pentagon hole, question mark?
Correct.
Okay,
I know
Dexterity-
shapes.
Yeah, dexterity saving throws from Ronan and Nick.
Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby.
Hey, half damage for both of you. So 3 damage apiece, and the moment that he like touches that pentagon into the pentagon hole, the metal plates you're standing on electrify, and both of you get the zap of your life.
Ooh.
Deveris and the bear can clearly see the like sparks arc, and since there's 2 of them, like there's the faintest like almost like Tesla coil zap in between them real quick, and then it goes
Sweet.
quiet.
Ooh. Oh, well, Nick, maybe you should check that further.
Yeah, I'll try. We've seen how good I am at rogue stuff.
Investigation.
Oh, that's not bad.
You don't gain any knowledge that being zapped by the thing didn't already give you. If you put the thing in wrong, the metal plates electrify and you get a nice little tingle. It's almost like a shocking grass spell.
We could try putting them all in at the same time, like whop.
Yeah, we could. All right.
Who's holding what rod?
I'll hold the triangle rod,
Okay.
and one of the triangles in the middle. Well, actually, before we put any of them in, I'm gonna investigate the dog that I pulled the triangle rod from and see if there's any numbers on it or that.
Nope. No other markings of any kind, just the holes where Deveris pulled the rods out of the dog's head. There's an empty socket in each dog's head.
Is there a short stick, so to speak? Short straw?
Nope, they're all identical. Like if you stood them up on the table, all perfectly the same length.
Well, let's do it, Nick.
All right.
All 3 at the same time?
Yep.
Dex saves.
Ah.
Ronan, you take 4 damage. Nick, you take 2 damage as the floor lights up and both of you get that like there was a live wire. Not enough to like be the worst thing ever, but definitely enough to like feel it all the way up to your like your teeth clamp down and you touched an electrical fence like zzz.
Okay, you guys, I feel like there's a puzzle here that we're not doing correctly.
I'm not feeling so good. Somebody else take a swing.
I'm gonna drop out of bear form so I can actually like talk to you and do things. Okay, so real quick, does anyone need a healing?
I mean, I'm bloodied, but it's fine.
Okay.
You take a potion.
He could always wait until he has his orc extra round to chuck that potion too.
Exactly.
I have like 2 more spell slots for curing if anyone so wants it.
If anything shows up, I'd be happy to take it.
Before you get zapped to death or something.
Nick, did you find anything of note on the shelves over there?
Well,
Perhaps.
I found some interesting things. I found a shield and a sword, and I found this fine chain shirt, and he holds out this chain shirt, and
Well,
I
looks
also
pretty
found
nice.
this very nice rapier, which I'm going to be calling dibs on. If anyone doesn't mind.
It's all yours.
Go for it.
Fantastic.
Okay, so there's 3 sticks and there's 3 holes in the wall and we need to put them in.
Got
The long-handled mace, for those of you who are playing D&D, is a standard mace, except it has the versatile property, and you can wield it two-handed to do 1d8 damage.
Ooh.
So this is a forge. Should we maybe like set it on fire?
I'm gonna look over the shield and everything that we found and see if I see any symbols on.
No shield, no symbols on anything but the rods you're holding from the dogs, and the symbols on the forge itself, of course.
Damn it.
Can the book help us?
Possibly.
Oh yeah.
The book is currently blank because you do not have a ring to press to the cover and make all the words show up. And pressing the book to the forge does absolutely nothing.
I will try to fire up part of the forge using my firebolt.
You fire a firebolt into the back of the forge, and it cooks off for a second and fizzles out. And if you want to spend the effort and actually like light the forge, that is totally a thing you can do. But firebolt does not do that in and of itself.
Gotcha.
Well, Nick is always looking for an extra scar, so he'll try and light the forge with his tinderbox.
You can get a fire going in there if you spend a couple of minutes. It's not like let's forge a sword level of hot just yet, but you can get a fire going and kind of start working the bellows and get up. It's lit in this building now, boys.
Hey. Do we see any change to the forge at all after it takes on the warmth of the flame? Or...
Yeah, there's now a fire in it.
Okay.
Perhaps heat up
Thanks,
the
Bounty
rods.
Hunter.
I mean, we can just try the rods again and put them in a different order. Like, not put this... I forgot what they were. Triangle and the triangle one and such.
All right, let's. I'm gonna check the back, the door, and see if there's anything on there. I feel like there's got to be something.
You can spend a moment messing with the mechanism and unlock the doors, but there's no symbols or anything to learn from the door. So you can unbar the doors so that y'all will be able to open the doors and walk out without climbing up on the roof, but no new forge-based information.
Okay.
As we're milling about this room, Tavares is going to ritually cast unseen servant.
Mm-hmm.
So then occasionally you just see like one of the buckets float in the air, one of the smith's tools move across the room. He's like, well, should we want to randomly poke at the thing, perhaps my unseen servant can be of some use. Presumably, he can absorb some of the damage.
Sounds like a good idea to me. I mean, yeah, a different order could work. Just don't do Pentagon first or all three of them at the same time.
Yeah.
What were the shape? It was a pentagon, a triangle, and what?
Square.
Yep. And the order is pentagon, triangle, square, in that order, left to right, across the top of the furnace.
You want to maybe stick the rod in the fire and see if anything happens?
Why don't we just try the triangle and the square? Because that'll get you 7, which is a 7-sided, whatever it is.
Yeah, that might work. I was trying to think of getting a star out of it.
Oh.
Let's start with the square.
Okay. Who has the rods? Where's everybody standing?
I'll take one of them.
Let's let the servant put them in one at a time.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll have the unseen servant take the triangle rod, and you said put it in the square shape? Is that what we agreed on?
Oh, I was thinking we'd put the square rod in the square hole and then go from there, but we could try putting it in different holes. Is that the idea?
Square and square. We'll start there. The unseen servant will place the square rod into the square indentation.
The moment the square rod is dropped into the square hole, the floor arcs up and jolts bounce between the two dead dogs and then fade away.
Okay.
Do we need to move the dead dogs closer together? So that the electricity can arc from the dogs to the machine?
Maybe.
I feel like there's some crucial part of this room we haven't investigated.
Yeah. Right, says Nick.
Move the dogs in between the forge and the machinery.
Okay, you can do that thing.
So when the electricity sparked, when we put the square one in the square hole, was it the same sort of arc that came from the floor originally, or was it a different arc?
Yeah, I was flavoring it up because there's two metal things laying on a metal floor and I didn't have one of you guys to zap.
Okay.
Wait, did you put them in at the same time, or was it just one?
It was the square and the square.
It was square and square.
Why don't we try both at the same time?
Zaps.
Oh.
Do we want to put the triangle in the square hole and see if it even fits? Because I like the 7-sided star idea.
Sure, let's switch it and do that.
Give it a shot.
So, triangle and square hole.
My friend on Facebook just sent me a message. He must be watching the stream. It's shapes are hard. It's okay.
That's okay. I'm talking shit about y'all on Discord right now. Triangle in the square hole, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Floor zaps.
All right.
Come on, team. You got this. So, for recap, all of them in at the same time, bad. Pentagon and Pentagon first, bad. Square in square first, bad. Triangle in square first, bad.
Let's put the triangle in the triangle first.
I think you're onto something.
You put the unseen servant puts the triangle in the triangle one, and the
Correct.
rod like starts to glow faintly, and the floor does not electrocute.
Alright, do the square one now. But leave it there.
Bingo.
You drop the square into the square hole, and it starts to glow a little bit too. Like again, just faintest glow, and the floor does not electrocute.
All right, time for the last one.
Pretty sure my unseen servant only has 2 hands. Unless they stay in once he lets go.
Yeah, again, like
Okay.
there's just enough of a divot that the rod sits in there. It doesn't like click into place, but it's just the shallowest little bit of a pan that the rod can sit in just fine.
Okay, and pentagram into pentagram.
The pentagon sits into the pentagon hole, and it like starts to warm up a little bit like the others, and they all 3 glow. And then a little bit to the right of where all of this is happening, the bottom of the forge like starts to separate and open, and there's a small like safe style vault that opens up, and there's very clearly several bags and other things in there. So you would have to like crouch down, like it's not under the table or anything, but it's like floor level, 2 shelves, little vault, you know, like closet safe, just and opened.
I will move over to it and pull out the stuff.
Hey guys, can you turn your music down just a little bit?
I'm guessing that's your background, not me, or right, the vault. There are 2 sacks of what feel like coins in there. There are 2 greater healing potions, but they're like super duper old school style, like ancient. You don't feel like that means anything necessarily. There's a potion, you don't know what it is, but it's orange liquid. There's a folded up old map, and then a 7-sided star-shaped piece of adamantine.
Ooh,
Yes.
jackpot.
Let me know if you want me to type that out.
Does the map appear to be of the current area we're in?
So it's folded up, but you unfold it out, and it's it's ancient, of course, like everything else in here, but it has a number of cryptic symbols that are spread across what look to be the area that is currently partially the Mournland and the country of Dargoon. So remember that the age of this building, that would have been a whole different area, because there was one big country, and then it broke into several smaller, and then those countries went to war, and then the Mourning happened, which kind of changed where political boundaries are. But let me, just for the sake of it, drag you over to the map. So you see the bottom of the Mournland and where Dargoon is, this area kind of beneath this range of mountains down here. That's the area that the map is, and there's several like different symbols. You don't know what they mean, but they appear to be marking several locations in this area.
Intriguing. Cool.
Well, should we head back to the city?
Yes, please.
And then there was 2 sacks of coins and the orange unidentified potion. You all got that right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what do you do?
We will head back through the now open doors. And, yeah.
Okay. It's gonna take a bit of a shoulder. They're like massive doors, but I need 2 people to like put some elbow into pushing the doors open.
Ronan and Bark.
It doesn't have to be like massively strong people. I just need 2 people to make the effort of opening the door.
Athletics?
Yep. And 1 person can roll with advantage since the other person's helping. Well, they rolled first, Nick. You lost your slot at the front of the door. Stand by. 1 second. I have too many windows open with my damn list of sacks of coins and shit.
I'll take all of the stuff out of the vault that people don't grab.
I'm pretty sure I grabbed everything.
Oh, never mind then.
Yeah, so Tavares has everything from the vault, and any of that gear and stuff y'all wanted off the shelves, we can just assume that y'all have packed away. And Ronan and Bark put shoulders to the door at the same time and swing open these massive doors, and the moment the doors swing all the way open, a crossbow bolt, wreathed in fire, hits Bark directly in the shoulder, and does not do enough to like actually do any damage, but like right in the metal plating of like Bark's warforged armor, crossbow bolt straight to the chest, and just burns for a second before fizzling out.
Hey! That's rude.
I can get perception checks from everyone. I'll give you more information.
Apparently they didn't want people leaving.
Diveris is checking out the swag. Y'all are just great.
Hey, I just got shot in the shoulder. I am distracted.
I'm refilling my pipe.
A few seconds after the there's y'all open the doors, and Ronan was not expecting it at all. Neither was Bark, but Bark notices first because the bolt hits Bark, and Ronan has to physically turn to look to see what's going on. But the bolt strikes Bark and then fizzles out, and then both of y'all have that half a second of looking at each other before you turn and look out into the darkness here. And a few seconds later, another bolt's going to come streaking through, and about that time you're going to hear this booming voice that just yells, "Weaklings!" And let me roll this attack roll real quick.
No.
Oh, another miss. Good job, guy. Flaming bolt whizzes between the space right between Ronan and Bark, between Nick and Tavares, and skitters off the forge in the background somewhere. And you hear heavy footfalls somewhere out past that big stone column and in that area of rubble. And the voice comes again. There's a couple of footfalls of him adjusting position, and then he yells again, "You now face Saber, greatest of the devoted followers of the Lord of Blades." And then you hear him running and taking up another tactical position, like he's doing that guerrilla behind a column, run, behind a column, run, and I need everyone to roll initiative.
Yeah. I'm gonna illusion him to death.
You know it.
The shape puzzle took a lot out of us, guys.
Yeah. Damn, kindergarten class really kicked your ass. Looks like I got everybody in initiative. I will remember to put it in the correct order this time. So he had his surprise round, and he rolled high enough that he gets to go first.
Awesome.
Does a 15 hit you, Ronan?
It does.
Please take 7 piercing and 4 fire damage.
I am unconscious.
No, you're not.
Oh, yes, no, I'm not, due to my half-orc trait.
Yeah, half orcs.
I'm going to put y'all right outside the door here. And that is his turn. Nick. Ronan just took a bolt to the chest. Bark still has an inert, no longer flaming bolt sticking out of its chest.
Right, bonus action, he's going to send his lights out to try and find where this guy is.
Ronan, for your sake, first bolt came from like this direction. The first two that missed, one was like this way, one was like this way. The one that got you came this way.
I weakly point just in an arc.
Nick is going to use, it might be his movement and his action, I'll let you decide, to get up onto the roof again with the rope.
I'll make that your whole turn, but I'll let you basically make it all the way to where your token is right now, but on the roof. So like once you're up 10 feet max from the hole.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna be on this corner here.
Okay.
And yeah, that'll be my turn.
Okay.
So you said the guy came from where?
First shots were north, but based on your extremely terrible perception checks, he seems to have been moving westish, but you're not sure where.
Could I cast, if I cast Fairy Fire and just like throw it out into the dark where I vaguely think he might be, would it like get him if he's nearby?
If he was in that area and failed the thing, even though you didn't know he was there, if he failed, it would affect him as normal.
Sure, let's try it. I'll try it. I don't know what else to do.
Okay. It has a 60-foot range and it does a 20-foot cube. So where would you like it centered? And then we'll draw a cube to figure out if you affect him.
Where you said he was around like there?
You've had multiple shots come from north, but again, y'all didn't even get double digits with perception checks, so somewhere in this area.
Which area?
I don't know how far you can see because you don't have dark vision, but
Oh, probably not far then.
somewhere between northwest and northeast, like north of you, not straight west.
So northeast is like here.
Right.
I'll throw it over there then. We'll just get a shot in the dark.
Like you're fair firing like this way.
I can't see where you're pointing.
You this way.
Yeah.
Sorry, the stupid arrow was on the GM layer because of how Roll20 works. You fairy fire this way.
Yes.
A whole bunch of rocks and stuff up there light up.
Dang.
Well, at least we can see some lights to some rocks, you guys.
We have
Sorry.
advantage to hit the rocks.
It's more area that'll make it harder for him to stealth in, so at least we have that.
True.
Disregard the fact that there's just a fuckload of glowing rocks now.
That's all I really know what to do. I can't see anything. And I have no ranged weapon, so I can't even shoot anything in the dark. Alright, I'm done.
Do you want to
Blindly run
move?
forward. Hope you bump into him.
Fuck it. I have my torch, right?
Remember you're a druid and you have animal shapes that can in fact see in the dark.
What sees in the dark?
Wolf, I believe?
I don't have any of my sheets, so I can't look through them.
You don't have access to all the druid shapes in
Oh,
your journey?
there they are. They weren't, last time I checked, they weren't.
The giant spider can see 60 feet in the dark and has 10-foot blind sight. So it can see, yeah, all sorts of
okay,
stuff
giant
within 10.
spider.
Okay. Do you want to have done that instead of fairy fire?
Yeah, if I'm allowed to cheat like that.
Yeah, we'll let you have one mulligan. Damn, DM's wife getting special privileges.
Hey man, I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm a spider.
Let me set up sight for the spider. Okay, your world should be a little brighter now, question mark?
Yes.
Okay, so we're at the start of your turn. You turn into a giant spider. You can now see gooder. What do you do?
I'll run out into the darkness and see if I can see anything.
Okay, north or northwest?
North.
Give me a perception check.
Perception is intelligence? Wisdom. It wasn't like a perception button.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, you skitter your spider ass out here, and the moment that you get up near this stone column, it hits your senses where he's at. He is crouched down and hiding on this side of the column. You're fairly certain.
I didn't hear that last part. I'm sorry.
He's on the west side of the stone column.
Okay.
Tavares.
Okay. Is it a free action, a bonus action, or an action to hand Ronan the greater healing potion?
Let it be your object interaction for the turn. So you
Okay, so
you would have to get snazzy if you were like trying to draw weapons or change weapons or any of that other stuff, but you can totally just hand him the potion.
okay, and then this first set of rocks, that rock cluster in front of me, is that an entire column? What basically would I have cover behind that?
The little pebbles drawn on the ground that don't stop dynamic lighting would be like half cover on a good day if you like were crouching.
Okay.
The big stone, the one that out there blocks light, like you see the big one, that's fully to the ceiling.
Okay. So I moved 5, 10. I'll hand Ronan. Actually, I'll just give them both greater. Can I give them both greater healing potions?
Sure.
Okay. I'll toss them to him, and then I will continue moving. So it's 5, 10, 15, 20. I can move just straight through, or do I have to go around?
Where are you trying to go?
Can I go this way?
Yeah, we'll put you in this square.
Okay.
But the bigger ones, like I said, are pieces that are like 4 and 5 feet tall. So each rock individually is not giving you cover. The fact that there's a clump of various sizes and stuff allows you to kind of like get a good spot where you're not going to take a flaming bolt to the chest.
Okay, so I will move out there, and then I will ready a firebolt if I see anything come into visual sight. And that's my turn.
Sure. This guy's going to go into like classic villain, like it doesn't have to end this way speech. And he's just going to call out, "Throw down the schematic and walk away. This day need not end with your blood on my hands." And he continues talking. Those of you who are not currently laying in a pool of their own blood, Ronan, you're a little distracted with the dying. You get the feeling that you're fairly certain he's back to this stone column up here, like villain speeching, and he starts going on about the degradations of the Warforge and you know that his cause is you know just, and that Warforged are treated like second-class citizens, and you know he just wants what's better for him and his people, and you know all that villain bullshit.
I think Ronan's turn might have got skipped.
It did when we sorted. It's going to be your turn now, and then we're going to start the top of the order.
All right, I'll drink a greater healing potion that's just been handed to me.
Okay. There you go. Does anyone react to the villain monologue?
Sure. Nick will say, "Yeah, why don't you come over here and we'll hand it right to you." Deception.
Sure. Roll deception. This is Nick's moment.
You were born for this.
I'm like, yeah, we got nothing against Warforged. We travel with them, and yeah, come right on over.
Okay. You're going to hear a couple of very cautious. He sounds like the other Warforged were your standard 6 foot, 5'10" humanoid, you know, like a male 185 pounds kind of builds. This guy sounds bigger, and he takes a few cautious stomps around the stone column, and you see a Warforged. He has, his eyes are different. Like, it's almost as if he has some kind of visor built over the top of his eyes, and then he has a massive sword in one hand, and kind of, it's not a hand crossbow, but it's like a light crossbow, almost like built into the back of his arm. Like his crossbow that was firing these bolts is a part of him, not he's carrying a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
My firebolt goes off as soon as he steps into visual sight.
Okay, roll an attack roll.
Nice, maybe.
Whizzes past him and hits the cave wall back behind. And the fact that you've openly attacked means he roars and charges the spider.
Sounds about right.
Sounds about right. Both attacks are 23 to hit. First is his slash with the longsword for 10 damage. And then he comes back around the other way and slashes for 7.
So, 17?
Yep. Sorry, I give it out individually just in case rage or anything else halves the damage. You can work with the individual numbers. But 10 damage in one swing and then 7 in the next. And he just, like, Nick talked to, despite a little bit of sarcasm, you seem like Robot's not super up on the, like, yeah, come over here and we'll give it to you, like, fucker. So he thought y'all were parlaying, and then, no, just kidding, we're the heroes, suck a butt. So he charges and just lays into your spider.
Thanks, you guys.
And it's Nick's turn.
We could have maybe waited for him to get closer. He says to Tavares.
I have a trigger happy finger.
Bonus action, move my dancing lights and a hope. Hey! All right. Let me get my ruler out. Oh, I can hit him from here with my short bow. I'm gonna try and shoot him with my short bow. Let me check.
Short bow, is that 60 feet range increment or 30?
I think it's 8320, but I can check. Uh, 8320.
So I have only 20 before I start rolling a disadvantage.
Yes.
So instead of doing that, I will.
I mean, it's 35 feet. He's well within a normal shot for you.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah, you would need to shoot the other side of the temple before you started
Okay, well, I
firing
will
at
try
disadvantage.
And shoot him.
Come on, man, you got this. Click the button. Big old pile of nope.
Yep.
Anything else for your turn?
Nope,
You've
that'll
done
be
enough. Bark, your turn. You are a giant spider. Somebody is trying to cut off your legs with a massive sword.
What a jerk. I guess I will try and bite him. Maybe not.
Not so much. Any movement? Anything crazy?
No, I'll stay here.
You should totally spider your ass like up on the wall and be attacking from the column down onto him.
Does that make it harder for him?
No, but it looks cool as shit. Ronan.
I think I can make it to him.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna take a great axe swing with recklessly.
Okay. That will do it.
And as I slash him, I'm just gonna try to kind of tower over him.
All right. Anything else?
Nope.
Davaris.
Okay, I don't really have many offensive options, so I'm going to take a big drag from my pipe, move over here, and then exhale and cast Fire Bolt. And miss.
And
Lightly.
miss. Yep.
That's my turn.
Ronan just like hit the shit out of him. The spider hasn't hit him yet, so he turns his attention to Ronan, and he's going to swing with his sword and then try to punch you like in the he swings across with the sword one direction and then tries to just huge metal fist to the ribs from the other direction.
All right, he's got an advantage.
On all of them, right?
Correct.
Or just the first?
No,
first,
all of them.
First one is a 19 sword attack for 8 slashing damage. And then the fist is 24 for 6 fisting damage.
Brings me to exactly 0.
Oh crap!
Good thing you've got that other. Good thing you got that other potion, buddy.
Yeah, we'll have the spider give that to him.
No, he's got both of them.
Yeah, I'm saying he's unconscious and can't drink
He's
it.
not. He's an orc.
You can only use it once per long rest.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It is Nick's turn. Ronan crumples at the feet of this massive Warforged.
Can
Don't
I
worry, I got this.
use my movement and my bonus action to get on over here? Create another thing for him to swing at? And
Did you
screw
just-
it.
Clarify on whether you were leaping down off of the building or Like,
Oh, right. I'd have to make an acrobatics check, wouldn't I?
it's a 12-foot drop, so I just want to know how you're doing it. Whether you're just fuck the fall damage leaping and link rolling, or whether you like drop down to your butt and scooch off the edge and drop, or what is your method here?
I'll try and make a acrobatics check to soften the fall here. We'll see
Okay,
if it works.
so you leap with full intent of landing and rolling forward head over heels. Acrobatics check. Alright, we're going to give you one whole d4 worth of damage as you roll and get up and sprint.
Nice.
Nice. Alright, but you do get your full movement for the turn, so I don't know if you were bonus action dashing?
Yes. I want to move up next to him.
You jump off this building with reckless abandon, never mind the fact that you're rolling across rocks and rubble and broken bits of, like, tile flooring, and you charge right on up next to the spider and swing?
Yeah, that's the plan. Give people some a chance to make some moves here. Rapier. Is the new rapier any different?
It looks bitchin', doesn't do any additional damage.
All right. Well, I'm gonna see if it's lucky. It's all right. The reason it takes so long for me to roll an attack is I have to do the sneak attack. And you.
Ooh.
Your rapier seems a little lucky there, bud. Yeah, that's some damage. 18, 19, 25.
So I just roll and run and lunge at this thing, saying, "Leave my friend alone!" Stab.
He was not expecting the, like, full body force. He wasn't expecting you to jump off the building, first of all, let alone run around ducking, because he can't see through some of the rocks. So you do that, like, the same gorilla method he was using, where you bob and weave between the rubble, and then you come right around behind the spider as he's, like, fending off spider fangs and legs, and all of a sudden there's just rapier right in the vital spot. Bark.
Alright. So do we want to keep this guy alive and, like, see why he wants things, or are we just... No?
Definitely
Okay.
not. Yeah.
Okay, everyone just crit my boss. I mean, it's no big deal. It's fine. It's whatever, right?
The dire situation. Adrenaline is pumping.
I asked and everyone said no, just kill him, so I did the thing.
Okay, so he has resistant to the poison damage. So that is 4 plus 7 plus 5. So that's 16, and in half, it's another 5. So that's 21. Right, let me 11. Plus 2. Yeah, you do 21 of his 22 hit points, leaving him at 1 hit point.
Damn.
Ronan, please make a death saving throw. Yeah, it's gonna be a no. Diveris, this Warforged is like, his head is basically in a spider's mouth, and bobbing and weaving between the spider feet is Stabby McPokeface over there, and your friend is laying at his feet bleeding to death. What do you do?
And does Diveris know that he's on the cusp of death?
His face is inside of a spider's mouth, and he's being stabbed, but in terms of, like, bleeding, like, he's not flesh, so he's not, like, super tore up. He's a Warforged, so
Right.
he's getting his ass kicked, but you don't know, like, if I sneeze on this guy, he's going to die.
Okay, well, since I don't know that, Diveris sees his ally go down, and so he casts unseen servant to grab the greater healing potion out of Ronin's pocket and feed it to him.
Okay. Do you want to roll it, or do you want Ronan to roll the hit points?
Ronin can do it.
Thank you.
And hopefully Ronin gets the killing blow.
Sorry, did you say greater or regular?
Greater, because I gave you 2 greaters earlier.
Dim some hit points. Anything else on your turn, sir? Any movement?
I will defiantly move closer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what this guy is going to do is he's going to pluck his head out of the spider's mouth, kind of fight it and push it off, and like swat away at some spider legs. He's going to basically attempt to headbutt Nick, and then he's going to turn around and, stepping over the top of the orc that's coming to consciousness, attempt to run. And I fully expect that y'all are going to chase this guy down and kill him, but he's going to disengage and make it about this far. Nick, he's bitching out.
All right, bonus action, move my light. Oh, I don't want to move me. Bonus action, move my lights so I can see.
I can see. I can fight.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I'll run right up after him, and if I've got enough movement, it seems that I do.
He only moved 30 feet, so you can get right to him.
Try and stab him with the rapier, because that was lucky last time. No sneak attack this time.
Okay.
So get it.
That is a miss.
Doesn't look good. I'll say, "Get back here, you coward!" and try and stab him, and he just runs right out of my reach.
Bark, it is your turn.
Okay.
Nick, a giant spider skitters up behind you, clamps down on top of this thing, and you're standing there as the spider begins crushing into its head and stuff, and you watch the small dragonfly thing light up on its chest and detach.
Reaction, can I stab at it?
We're gonna use one of your lights just as a representation for location, for my sake, but the final messenger has detached and is now going to act on its turn.
Okay.
Ronan.
I stand up with half my movement, and I guess I'll throw a javelin at the messenger.
You are going to wing a javelin between all of your friends to try and hit a dragonfly. Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Do it.
Nope.
Skitters across the ground. The thing doesn't even dodge out of the way. You miss by several feet.
Well, I tried.
Davaris.
Okay, Davaris will move up next to his ally, and as he moves, he makes arcane symbols in the air, and arcane glyphs on his cloak light up. He lets out one puff of smoke and fires a firebolt.
You barely miss it. The tiniest bit. You aimed it where it was, but it ducks and weaves, and your bolt goes flying off into the darkness and dissipates on the far wall.
I scream in anger, and the puff of green smoke kind of angrily dissipates.
So there's some 3D movement that's going to be happening here because it's flying up at the same time, but it moves up and across a total of 60 feet this direction.
We have, is it disengaging, technically, or do we have attacks of opportunity?
I'll even give it to Nick. Screw it. Nick and the spider, attacks of opportunity.
Thanks.
but it is disappearing off into the darkness, despite the fact that I'm using a light to represent it so you can see where it's going. Target, the web misses, the rapier misses.
Dang it.
The spider just sprays out a giant sticky mess of web, and it manages to like zip and fly between like one of the holes in the web. And so on the ground right here is a spew of web, and it whizzes off into the darkness. Firebolt's 120 feet, right?
Or 50. Yeah.
Or 50? Qua?
120 feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
120 feet. I'll give Davaris 2 more like firebolt attempts at it. But no one else is going to be able to keep up with it, unfortunately. So
Yeah, I won't be able to see it.
Yeah, give me 2 more firebolts tops as this thing fades into the darkness and whizzes out of sight.
Okay. Here's number 1. Yep. And big drag of his pipe. Arcane symbols glow on his cloak. Yes, baby!
Yeah, let's go see how much hit points it's getting.
Damn it. Nothing.
You know what? I don't even care. I'm not gonna go look up how many hit points it is. You hear the faintest like tink 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 of metal as it lands somewhere out in the darkness. Like this is the Hail Mary of one-shot ending moments as you fucking hit the golden snitch across the room in the dark with this firebolt. Like the first one was nowhere near it, but the second one, it dodges out of the way of the first one right into the second one and falls down somewhere off in beetle fighting land.
I use minor illusion to create a little green dragon of smoke that flies around me in sort of triumph and celebration.
Davaris, nice shot, mate.
I had it in me pocket me whole time. Your accent's rubbing off on me.
Dead to.
Should we make our way back to a soft bed? I could really use it.
Not before I rummage through this Warforged, even though it's a one-shot. I just feel like it's in character. I'll take the sword, I guess.
It is a +1 longsword that you can totally take from this guy.
Nice.
Let me see if there's anything else crazy on him. I don't think there is. Come on, work with me. No, he's not super crazy. Like he is not a material girl, as it were. Most of his weaponry was built into him, and he doesn't have armor because he's a warforged, so he's just built like a brick shithouse. Some money that's not going to super matter, but there's no like orders or anything because of how warforged work. We are slightly past the 5-hour mark on this though, so I am going to wrap things up quickly, but give y'all the chance to role play as long as y'all like. So no rush to get out the door, but just in case folks have prior commitment. I said 4 hours and we've been at 5, mostly because of the shapes puzzle, guys. Come on, it's 3, 4, 5, triangle, square, pentagon.
If Nick were smart, he wouldn't be a rogue.
But so
yeah, you said the barbarian to look at the trap. What do you expect?
The group of y'all can get back up to the broken anvil and make contact with the barkeep, who knows how to get in touch with Lady Eladrin, and can set up a rendezvous with her. And assuming y'all don't try to like double cross her or anything crazy, you give her the adamantine schema, and she does not like grill you for what else was in there or go asking about your fancy new rapier or any of those. Like, she's super excited to have that thing, and basically, you know, promises that if you are looking for further work, that she would definitely work with you to see what her and her house need done, and she pays out the rest of the gold reward that you were promised. And that is the end of what I officially have for y'all, and how much y'all role play out from here totally up for you. But I alleviate you of your, having to be here.
Nice.
Well, I don't know about you, mates, but we've got 150 gold in our pocket. I think it's time to get in another bar fight, eh?
You got my name written all over you.
Every good story ends where it begins. Drunk
All
in a
right.
bar.
So we'll do the thematic fade out there of the wrong guy like walking. This is Luke Skywalker walks up to the bar, and Ronan and Nick do the like, he doesn't like you. I'm sorry, I don't like you either. And fade to black. There's the end of this little one shot. So this was the Forgotten Forge, which is the free one shot that comes in the back of the 3rd edition Eberron campaign setting book. While I have the group of you here know that there is technically an adventure that follows up after this. I haven't read into it to know whether it's also a 5-ish hour one shot or what, but were we able to align schedules at some point, I could technically grab these characters, or if it didn't line up, I could get most of the gang back together and bring a new person up to speed. And there is story after this that continues with the Lord of Blades and the fact that you've murdered 3 of his operatives and his hirelings rather. But yeah, there's the one shot.
Highly interested.
Well,
Lots of
thank
fun.
you. That was great.
Yeah, this was a blast.
Diveris would be extremely happy to continue this adventure in Eberron should the opportunity arise.
And I know this was a little like dungeon crawly and stuff. It's the free adventure in the back of the book, like I said. I'm gonna do some reading to see where the next one goes, and it'll take time for me to like Photoshop maps, and I will have to do the conversion on this. What y'all just played is actually available on the DM's Guild. It cost like $1.50 for the 5e conversion, so I didn't have to do anything crazy. But I wanted to like play it out because we ended up taking 5 hours, but the gentleman, it's a Stuart Braz, did the conversion, but he also added in more stuff for the module to fluff it out into more than just a one shot. So like when y'all went to the rat market, there was a whole scene that y'all could have done to get pointed in that direction that would have involved like dealing with a bugbear who's beating up all the goblins and stuff like that. And I don't want to spoil too much, but anyone who's seen this far should have, already had the adventure spoiled, so screw them. But you could like mob style, like, you owe us your protection money, beat up this bugbear, and then the goblin points you to the rats market. And then the fact that you paid Sakarn in gold means that he knows that y'all got money, and the moment that y'all walk out of here, there's an option to like have him and his goblin buddies all standing there like, well, what do we got here? And fucking jump you. Especially since you kind of fucking pissed him off. But I let all of the intimidations and the fact that he watched y'all murder the shit out of people instead of y'all just flashing gold and then stomping off, lean him towards probably not the best idea. They got a robot that turns into a bear and murders people.
A bear named Bark.
Yeah. And then, Diveris did a really good job of scaring him into like, I'm going to stick to selling my moldy blankets. But there's all kinds of stuff added in this. Totally worth $1.50 for me conversion. And then now that y'all have played the maps, I made all of the maps in Photoshop, like mucking around throughout the work week. So if you want the maps, I'll give you the maps and you can use it for whatever y'all want.
Nice.
Very cool. High quality maps. Dig it.
Very good.
They're also, you don't have to get crazy with trying to align them to the grid. I purposely did the math in Photoshop that I think they're 20 by 30 for the first 2 maps and then 30 by 45 for this. So you just drop it right on Roll20 and the grid lines up where it's supposed to be.
Ooh.
Nice.
But that is all I got for you. So I'm going to end the recording here and call it a fun one shot.